not know who executives are going to join. So just to engage for a few minutes or 1-2 minutes by the time I join, because first I need to push, then I need to join, right? So just 2 minutes be there so you can engage the guest. Thank you.
And Yogeshji, can you please make Abhinayji the host? I don't know. Abhinayji, you have to give it back to Yogeshji immediately. Is that okay? We didn't realize that you need to be made the host.
It's done,
Yep,
Sanjay. It's already happening.
That's fine.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Keep going. Sorry.
You just joined the
everyone. Welcome to the 4th National Youth Convention. My name is Arushi Suji. I'm the Summer Internship Coordinator for SEWA's Houston chapter, and I'm also a junior at the University of Houston. It's my pleasure to be one of your anchors for today's event. So excited for what we have coming up. SEWA means selfless service. It involves acting selflessly and helping others without any expectations. It has its roots in India in 1989 and since then has spread to other countries as well. SEWA International in the USA was founded in 2003. It was inspired by the SEWA International movement, where there have been around 43 chapters today. We are a grassroots organization that provides long-term services to families of diverse backgrounds, disaster relief services, and developmental projects for the underserved communities. Inspired by the dharmic principles of Nara Seva, Narayana Seva, which means service to humanity, service to the God, and Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, which means may all be happy. We always practice service above self in everything we do. Now, over to you, Ananya.
Thanks, Arushi. Hi, my name is Ananya Kasarla, and I'm a college intern with the Get Inspired program in North Jersey, volunteering for SEWA alongside Arushi. I'm currently a sophomore at Nova Southeastern University in Fort Lauderdale. Today's event is going to be filled with special guests, presentations, as well as some fun moments, too. Also, I'm pretty sure one of the organizers told me that Taylor Swift might be joining, too.
Really? Taylor Swift? Oh my gosh, Ananya, do you see the incredible amount of people we already have in attendance today? I think we might end up crashing the Zoom call if Taylor Swift joins along with her fan base. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. Today, we are anticipating over 1,000 participants from across the country in the audience on Zoom, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, including SEWA's youth cohort, who are all very eager to share their accomplishments and achievements. We also have parents, volunteers, SEWA international dignitaries, and other guests. So please sit back, relax, and encourage the incredible work done by our youth. Please feel free to keep your cameras on. You are going to be muted and screen sharing is disabled. Feel free to chat with one of our core team and let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Let's go over some ground rules before we start. SEWA volunteers for the past few months have put in a tremendous effort to put this convention together. So let's do our best to be respectful. Keep your cameras on and pay close attention to the presentations and activities. Please rename yourself with your full name and chapter name. If this is not done, we will be forced to remove you. We do this for your security and your safety. More information on that is also in our chat. Please don't be afraid to tell us how you're feeling. Feel free to utilize the reaction functions on Zoom. And last but not least, please do stay engaged because you will be quizzed later. Do you want to tell them about our schedule, Ananya?
Of course. So here's going to be our agenda for this first session. We're going to begin with our national anthem, which will then be followed by the Jyoti Prajwan, which is a lighting of the lamp ceremony to wish good luck for this convention, as well as 2 singers who are bringing their talent with the Asatoma Sadgamaya Sloka. Next, we will have an opening Udgaton speech and thoroughly put presentations from our high school lead students from all across the country. Please feel free to use the reaction features in the chat to let us know how you're feeling, and as well as to encourage our presenters. And now I'm going to hand it off to Anaga and Vihan, who are going to be our MCs for this session. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Ananya. Hi, everyone. My name is Anaga Nair. I'm a rising senior, and I have been a member of the lead program in the Phoenix chapter for the past 4 years now. From my first SEWA event to being a part of the youth board, my involvement in SEWA has given me the opportunity to identify societal issues and actively serve my community. Through SEWA, I have developed my leadership skills and gained the confidence to start my own initiatives. Passing it off to you, Vihan.
Thanks, Anaga. Hey everyone, my name is Vihan Nayak. I'm a senior in high school and I'm a member of the lead program in the Bay Area chapter for almost 4 years now. And through my role on the Bay Area core team, SEWA has helped me develop a lot of essential leadership and life skills, including planning, team building, and community growth. And I find myself applying these skills throughout my daily life all the time. So to start off this event, we would like to present our South Jersey team. Singer Ira Gulati and flutist Amani Rao will perform the American National Anthem. Ira is a college freshman who has been associated with Sewa, South Jersey for the past 2 years. This year, she had actively participated in the 9/11 Day of Service Environmental Stewardship, and she's excited to pursue her college dream this fall. Grade. She loves music and singing and has been taking Carnatic music lessons for the past few years. Now, I will ask if everybody is willing and able to please stand and cross your heart for the national anthem.
Thank you, Iron Amani. That was an amazing rendition of the American National Anthem. Now moving on to our next event. It is our tradition and a customary practice to start any official Seva event with the Jyoti Prajwalan, which is believed to spread positive vibrations and bring a stroke of good luck to the event. So now we are going to pass it off to the Central Jersey team, where the Udghatan is going to be held live. Take it away, Central Jersey team.
Namaste, I'm Brinmeet Singh Soin. I'm a rising sophomore at JP Stevens High School. I've been with Seva for the past 2 years now at the Central Jersey chapter. It's been great volunteering with friends and helping out. Besides volunteering, I'm a Bhangra dancer and I'm on the JP Stevens volleyball team. With me, I have Tanvi Anumuraju and Ashwarya Chanapagada. Tanvi is a high school sophomore. She has been in the lead program with Seva for the past 2 years, but has been associated with Seva for the past 4 years along with her brother, collecting Halloween candies, Seva Diwali, and etc. Tanvi's volunteer work is not just a commitment, but a passion. She has volunteered for Tachavi, enjoying her time with challenged kids, and has also been involved in Seva Diwali and treating troops. Ashwarya has been associated with Seva for the past few years through her sister Srimati, and this is Ashwarya's first year. Ashwarya is a Bharatanatyam dancer and is also actively involved in sports like volleyball. Now I request Rajesh Sharmaji, Pradeepji, and Riteshji to Deep Prajwalan with Mr. Dineshji and Mr. Anil Bansalji, lighting of the lamp. Thank you.
Hi, we will be singing Asatoma Sadgamaya. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityormamritam Gamaya Om Shanti 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 Asatoma Sargamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Nityarmamritam Gamaya Om Shanti शान्ति शान्तिः असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः दीपज्योति परं ज्योति दीपज्योति जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा. Thank you.
I'm honored to introduce our guest, Mr. Dinesh Goswamiji, an extraordinary individual whose entrepreneurial spirit and philanthropic dedication has left a significant mark across multiple industries. Mr. Dinesh Goswamiji began his first business venture at the young age of 23. With a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering and an MBA from Rutgers, he has built a remarkable portfolio of investments in diverse sectors, including hospitality, software development, retail, fast food, consumer finance, and real estate. He owns and manages over 150 restaurants across multiple states, showcasing his exceptional leadership and management skills. Beyond his business achievements, Mr. Goswamiji is a dedicated philanthropist. He generously supports organizations that promote dharmic initiatives, including Tusk, Whale, and Hindu University of America, reflecting his commitment to culture and educational causes. I'm also honored to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Anil Bansalji, a genuinely distinguished individual whose contributions to the professional and philanthropic world has left an indelible mark. Mr. Anil Bansalji is an esteemed alumnus of IIT Kanpur with a BTech in Material Science, an MS in Material Science from the University of Notre Dame, and an MBA from Syracuse University. Mr. Anil Bansalji currently serves as the president of First National Reality Management and the CEO of First National Corporation. His strategic acumen is evident in his roles as chairman of VSplash and Buzzboard. Beyond his impressive career, Mr. Bansalji's philanthropic spirit shines through his deep commitment to his community in New Jersey. He actively participates on the boards of several corporations and charitable organizations and is a dedicated member of the Rotary Club. His philanthropic spirit is embodied in the Anil and Kumud Pencil Foundation, which provides substantial financial support to numerous nonprofit organizations across the United States. For his exemplary service, the government of India bestowed the prestigious Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award 2021 on him. In 2023, IIT Kanpur awarded Mr. Bansal the Distinguished Alumnus Award in recognition of his stellar contributions to entrepreneurship and his service to humanity. I request Mr. Bansalji to inaugurate the convention by addressing our audience. Thank you.
Namaskar, friends, guests, and my wonderful, wonderful young volunteers. It's an honor to speak in front of such a vibrant gathering of young minds across the country. Today, we come under the umbrella of Seva International, united by our commitment to serve our community and uplift those who need us. The biggest point which we must remember, which our Dharma tells us, is always Vasudeva Kutumbakam, that the whole humanity is one, so we must treat them all as one. I salute you for taking one of the biggest steps in your journey. I wish I had done it much earlier at your age, but I'm so proud of you that you're doing it earlier than I could. Besides food, shelter, and clothing, the main desire of mankind is to achieve happiness and sense of belonging. Having lived and experienced, the biggest happiness comes from doing something for others. without expecting anything in return. You are on the path to do just that. And I salute you for that. Yes, we get happy when we get a car, a job, or buy a house. There are so many things in life, but the deepest happiness comes from, and satisfaction comes from, serving others. If you continue to do that, I promise you that you will have the most fulfilling life. Volunteering also helps create social connection that helps you feel sense of belonging and make new friends. You all know that well by now. Helping your community also provides an incredible personal growth. It helps you understand the world so much better and makes you fit in the world and learn new skills. It can also lead to emotionally strength. That puts things in perspective, reduce stress and anxiety. That can help you as well as your fellows from depression and loneliness and focus less on your own problem when you see that you're helping others in their problems. And selflessness also develops a character, some such as empathy, generosity, and it challenges you to overcome your own fears and limitations. Helping others without any agenda or expectation strengthens your relationship and trust amongst your friends, family. My own journey began much like yours, filled with dreams and aspiration. As you heard before, besides my professional work, I've been very active in serving the community. Besides extreme satisfaction and good feelings, I must tell you, the biggest, greatest gift I've gotten in return is the friends I have made in this journey, which are true friends, which share my dreams and expectations, and whom I can count throughout my life. I must again emphasize that when you work in a community under Seva International, you will make friends who are going to be long-lasting and people whom you can depend on. And that has to be the biggest asset of this. Service is just not a one-time thing. It's a way of life. Once you put that in your heart, in your mind, you will be a changed person. As you move forward, remember that the act of kindness, no matter how small, contributes to a larger positive change. You will develop a power to make an impact around you in the world. So, my friends, my kids, my grandkids, let's pledge together to be the change makers. Together, we can create a future which is bright, which is full of happiness and satisfaction. So thank you, and I wish you all the best. And thank you, Seva International. Remember to always smile. Life is an ultimate gift from God. So enjoy, namaskar, and remember. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bansalji, for your motivating words. And handing it back to Anaga and Vivan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your motivating words, Anilji. I 100% agree about your message about how humanity is all in this together and how volunteering actually ends up building community. It's true that that mankind's main desire is happiness, and that can be best achieved by helping others without expecting anything, like any expectations in return. But thank you so much for your motivating words. They convey a heartfelt message. I hope everyone was listening and found something insightful to take away from it. Thank you. At this time, Anilji, our president, and the executive team would like to thank you individually, so you will be moved to a separate breakout room. Now moving on, we want to keep this day interactive and make sure that none of you are zoomed out. I appreciate everyone keeping their cameras on today.
Okay, so now we're going to present to you a song for the cultural portion of this event. This is a lyrical video for the latest version of our anthem, Seva Hai Yagna Kun. The song was professionally produced, mixed, and mastered at a recording studio by Deepak G. Bhatt, who goes by the stage name Defelian. The performers and lyricists of the song are in-house Seva leads. Asmi is on vocals, and she's from the DC chapter. Arnav Damle provides rhythmic rap, and he's from the Dallas chapter. Lastly, Defelian, who will showcase his talents in both singing and rapping, is from the Denver chapter. The song and lyric video aim to capture the essence of Sewa as well as the drive to continuous efforts. Please use the hearts or party emojis to react and enjoy the video.
World so wide, we are all connected. Sewa International, our hearts never neglected. Hands reaching out, lending love and care for the ones in need. We will always be there. Join the movement, come on, let's unite. From every corner, we gon' make our world right. With our hope in our hearts shining oh so bright. Sewa International, we will spread the light.
Sewa is a virtue, reaching for truth. We stand united, fill our hearts with hope. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale.
Shining hearts making a change today. Sewa International lights the way. Hand in hand, let us build tomorrow. With love and compassion, we'll banish sorrow. Side by side, we will heal and mend. Lifting everyone up, we'll forever transcend. Getting all the lost, wiping tears from their eyes. With unity and empathy, together we'll rise.
Sewa is a virtue, reaching for truth. We stand united, fill our hearts with hope. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale. It's never the light, it's so hard to find, even when our minds are lost in time. Let's walk together, remembers of light. It's shining bright as ever. The hope in our hearts will last forever. We stand united.
Together as one, together we stand, empowering lives with a helping hand for a brighter future across the land. Sewa International, our love knows no end. Together we help, together we'll shine, creating a legacy that transcends time. So let's join hands, let love be our guide. Sewa International will change the tide.
We stand united, fill our hearts with hope. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale. Sewa hi yag kund samdasam hum chale.
That was a great fusion. Thank you to everyone who contributed towards that beautiful video. The lyrics were very poetically written and the vocals were also really beautiful. So next we're going to learn more about the Sewa program that brought us all together here at this event, and that is LEAD. As many of you already know, LEAD is Sewa's youth engagement program for high school students. Most of us here are from 9th grade to 12th grade from different parts of the US, representing different SEWA chapters. The program's mission is to be able to provide opportunities for students to learn, serve the community, and develop skills that can be carried through our educational and professional careers. Let's watch them, or actually us, in action.
Running away is easy. It's the leaving that's hard. Running away is easy. Running away is easy. It's the living that's hard. And loving you was easy. It was you leaving that's hard.
Young voices aren't just the future. They are the driving forces of change in our society today. Together, let's redefine what's possible.
Introducing LEAD, SEWA International's youth engagement program designed for high school students, with a goal to create socially conscious and service-minded youth leaders that will be influential members in their communities.
LEAD offers high school students the chance to explore new ideas, discover their potential, and make a meaningful impact in their lives and communities. The 2024 SEWA LEAD cohort includes 1,650 high school students across 29 chapters in the U.S.
As you see, we're cleaning up a site, preparing for tree planting. Not only are we helping out the environment, we're cleaning up the area. Small steps make a big difference. So join SEWA program today to make an impact on the world.
LEAD stands for Leadership, Education, and Development, and all of our projects have at least one of these elements in them. Our projects are mainly split into 3 categories, with about 80% of it being service activities to benefit our local communities, and the remaining 20% being our non-service activities centered on development, fundraising, and personal development activities. The LEAD program instills values of service above self, offering youth the chance to aid underserved communities and learn the importance of community involvement. A quote sums it up: "The harder I work and the more I believe in myself and my own abilities, the more good luck I manufacture every single day."
Engaging youth actively builds positive relationships and enhances civic involvement. When we serve together as a family, we not only serve our community, but also forge stronger friendships. Family that serves together stays together.
Hello, I'm Anthony Scarrow, the United Methodist Church at New Brunswick Dinner Ministry. For 4 years, every Sunday night, SEWA has brought us 80 or more meals to serve to hungry people who come to our door. And when we're shorthanded, you all stay and help. On behalf of everyone here, thank you.
The SEWA 9/11 Day of Service program, in partnership with AmeriCorps, is focused on environmental stewardship activities throughout this year in honor of veterans, first responders, and survivors. These are being executed by 16 different chapters around the United States.
Designed to Lead, a SEWA International initiative guided by Professor Anurag Mairo from Stanford University, trains students in a design thinking approach to address societal needs. The main goal is to cultivate future SEWA leaders, help them identify urgent unmet needs, develop solutions, and enhance SEWA's community impact.
Designed to Lead is a design thinking based program that teaches students how to understand unmet needs in the society and then come up with solutions for those problems and then implement them so the society can be a better place.
Over the years, LEAD students have spent thousands of hours volunteering in various communities across the United States. While the goal of SEWA LEAD is for our youth to experience the joy of giving, we take pride in the fact that 633 students were awarded the prestigious President's Volunteer Service Award, the PVSA, signed by President Joe Biden.
This entire program wouldn't be possible without our stellar adult LEAD coordinators who work tirelessly despite their full-time jobs to provide us the opportunities to serve. We would also like to give a big thanks to our loving parents who put their time and effort into helping us make a difference. All these people deserve the biggest thanks in helping us LEADs be as successful as we are. So, join SEWA Youth Movement today and be a part of the transformative LEAD program.
We are LEAD.
We are stronger together.
We actively improve our community.
We do it because we love it.
We have fun volunteering together.
We try and make the world a better place for everyone.
Together, we serve better.
Wow, it is truly inspiring to see so many dedicated leads in their vibrant yellow t-shirts, showcasing their incredible projects that they have brought to light. This site captures the essence of the SEVA spirit. Elizabeth Andrews' words resonate deeply here. Volunteers do not necessarily have the time, they just have the heart. Her words perfectly capture the dedication and selflessness exhibited by these volunteers. Now that we have learned more about the LEAD program and have seen the SEVA LEAD youths in action, I think it's time to test our knowledge. Let's do some fun poll questions. A poll question should pop up on your screen right now. Our first one is, SEVA International's 9/11 Day of Service focuses on which important theme? Take your time answering this question. Looks like the answers are coming in. Keep on answering if you haven't already. Okay, looks like everyone has answered. The answer is environmental stewardship. Thank you for answering question 1. We will move on to question 2 now.
So question 2 is, what does SAC represent in SEVA International's programs? Gonna give it a few more seconds. And yep, that's the correct answer. Sponsor a child is the correct answer.
Now let's move on to our third question. So in SEVA International's initiatives, what does SHE stand for? This is a program that a lot of our leads help with, so I hope that all of you are going to get the right answer. Keep on coming with the answers, looking good. Okay, it looks like all our answers are in. The right answer is sanitation, hygiene, and empowerment. Now on to our fourth question.
So our fourth question is, how many SEWA chapters are currently running the LEAD program?
We have mentioned this number before, so try to think back.
You can see the votes coming in. I think most of y'all have the correct answer, but let's find out. Okay, and the correct answer was 30 chapters.
Good
One
job
last
to all
question.
who answered that right. Okay, last question. How many SEVA chapters are, in which year was SEVA International founded? Let's see if anyone can get this one right. This will be an interesting one. Just a little bit more time. Try to get your answers in. Okay, great. The correct answer is 2003. Good job to all who answered that right. Now, if you guys want to get the poll off your screen, remember to click the X on the top right corner, and that should get it off. Okay, great job answering all those poll questions, guys. Now that we finished that, let's take a deeper look into the LEAD program, specifically at the different chapters that we have. We have about 29 chapters across the US that are split into 4 different regions: Northeast, Central, Southeast, and Western. we want to showcase the impact that we have created across all these different regions. So first, let's check out the Western region, which consists of the Bay Area, Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Diego, and Seattle. Please be sure to react in the chat as you watch the videos and let them know how much you appreciate all their hard work.
Seva International is a Hindu-based service organization started in India in the 1989, and it has presence in 20 countries. In the USA, the Seva movement started in 2003, and currently there are 46 chapters across the country. We serve humanity irrepresentative of race, color, religion, gender, or nationality. We specialize in disaster relief and rehabilitation. Our development process focuses on family service, women youth empowerment, and health and education.
One of the star projects of Seva USA, LEAD is a youth engagement program for high school students. It gives them opportunities to explore ideas and experience how they can make a difference in their own lives while influencing and supporting communities around them. Through these opportunities, young adults can gain skills in public speaking, content research, event coordination, and other transferable skills. Currently, we have about 29 chapters in the US that are running this program, divided into 4 regional zones. Here, we're going to showcase the LEAD activities in the Western region that includes the 4 chapters of California in the San Francisco Bay Area, Sacramento, Los Angeles, San Diego, and the Seattle chapter in the state of Washington. My name is Shrika Raja, and I'm representing the Western region from the Los Angeles chapter.
Hi, my name is Satakshi, and I'm from the Sacramento chapter, and I will share a little bit about the Bay Area. The Bay Area is home to the Golden Gate Bridge and beautiful coastlines. Seva Bay Area chapter started in 2007 and continues to grow and help the families in and around the San Francisco Bay. The 2024 Bay Area cohort includes 94 high school students who participate in various projects and services activities to help the community, such as planting trees, maintaining community gardens, serving local food pantries, offering companionship to the elderly, even taking up green initiatives, educating the community on reuse and recycling. They even help out by helping event management at local walkathons, food, cloth, and blood drives. They even help tutor at summer camps for underprivileged kids. Every week, the team serves over 200 burritos and sandwiches to feed the unhoused communities. Not just that, the adult mentors even support the LEAD students in various activities to keep these curious students continuously learning and thinking on their toes. The Bay Area team has also started the National Collaborative Project Design to Lead, also known as CTL. This teaches students how to apply this design thinking methodology and solve the unmet needs of the unserved communities around them. The program led by Dr. Anurag Miralji, a professor at Stanford, who also is the current president of Seva Bay Area.
Seattle is home to the iconic Seattle landmark, the Space Needle, which was the tallest structure at the time it was built. The Seattle chapter started in 2014, and volunteer engagement has been their key focus. The LEAD team hosts around 50 high school students in the holistic development of young adults. The LEAD students are engaged in several projects, such as the Annapurna Initiative, where they help serve 200 meals every week. They also collaborate with some rural schools in India to offer STEM education. Almost 200 students were certified in completing a level 3 course in engineering focused on STEM education last year. The students are also involved in growing an organic farm, and the produce is distributed to the needy. They have produced over 200 pounds of organic food and helped feed more than 50 families. They are also partnering with Hero House, a mental health institution, to take this produce for their in-house kitchen. The students also visit the senior centers to bridge the gap between the generations. They are helping seniors via yoga, breathing exercises, and games to solve health-related problems for 85-plus-year-old seniors. San Diego is known for its epic beaches, vibrant cultural scene, and perfect year-round weather. The San Diego chapter has 16 LEAD high school students. The chapter often helps out the interfaith community services Escondida. Whether it's for dinner service or Christmas gift wrapping, our LEADs are ready to help. The LEAD team also embarked on a unique project titled Hearts and Hands Working Together, which centered around a significant food drive at the San Ysidro community. This initiative was particularly impactful as it aimed to alleviate food insecurity by donating over 4,300 foods of produce and groceries to approximately 250 families in need. The project involved LEAD students dedicating 3 days to sorting and packing the donated food into individual portions. By organizing and executing this food drive, The San Diego LEAD chapter not only demonstrated its commitment to community service, but also made a tangible difference in addressing local hunger issues. Los Angeles is home to Hollywood, where many stars and movies are made. The Los Angeles chapter's LEAD team has around 36 high school students who are always ready to participate in activities. We have done many projects such as the Save Our Green Thumbs, where we planted trees to help the environment. We have also done this project Save Our Park Greenify Hike, where we went on a hike to Paradise Falls and cleaned up the trash on the way there and the park near it. A unique project we have done is a composting workshop. On March 11th, 52 people from diverse backgrounds gathered at St. Irenaeus Church in Cyprus for a 9/11 service project focused on composting. Participants sporting yellow Seva t-shirts enjoyed a meal served on banana leaves, followed by a presentation on the benefits of composting food scraps instead of sending them to landfills. The event included a skit by children, demonstrations of compost stages, and a testimony from a senior composter, Mr. Easter. Attendees took a pledge to minimize food waste and promote composting, culminating in a raffle of composting kits. With just 36 people, we have accomplished a lot.
Last but not least, Sacramento. Sacramento is the capital of California. The city is also known as Cities of Trees. Here in this community, our community comes together to serve and uplift each other. The Sacramento chapter is small but quite impactful. The LEAD team is just made up of 13 students. Our LEAD team helps the community through supporting neurodiverse individuals with our partnership with Dream Breaks. The students help out at multiple sporting events through the Buddy Match program hosted by Be Embrace. Another event hosted by the chapter is the meditation workshop for all ages. Here, the individuals had the opportunity to learn the secrets of meditation and how to perform meditations on their own. One unique project of the Sacramento chapter is its partnership with the International Rescue Committee. The LEAD students helped out by helping refugees gain food security through setting up community gardens. These gardens allow the refugee to build a sense of community and also ensure healthy meals for their families, fostering a sense of belonging and support for themselves. In the Sacramento chapter, we stand for the city name, the City of Trees, where we help grow the community through community gardens, building a stronger and a more connected community. Almost every weekend, the LEAD students would go to the local farm and set up local community gardens.
Lastly, I want to thank you all for your participation. We appreciate all the encouragement and opportunity given to us. And most importantly, thank you, Seva.
All of that was amazing. That concludes our first session. I've learned so much already, especially Anilji's kind and inspiring words reminding us of what is important to keep in our hearts and our minds as we serve the world. I'm also so proud of all of our leads. As the summer internship coordinator for my chapter, I know how much effort and dedication it takes from our leads and volunteers to commit to making a difference in our communities. So once again, hats off to y'all. I would also like to thank our MCs, Vihan and Anaga, for the great job they have done today. We will now have a 5-minute break. You can turn your cameras off, but please stay in this main hall. We will be playing a video that details our SHE project on the sanitation, hygiene, and empowerment of young girls, which is an endeavor that many of our leads support. In the meantime, get some coffee, stretch your legs, and get ready for some more fun when we're back. And remember, if you see me here with a coffee IV drip later, just know it's all a part of the plan. See you back here soon.
The project is dedicated to empowering women and girl children across India. Our initiatives focus on health, hygiene, and sanitation to ensure girls can attend school regularly, complete their education, and achieve their aspirations. In addition, the SHE-CAF program provides skill development training for women from rural, tribal, urban, and marginalized communities to ensure their economic and financial stability. Through these efforts, we aim to create a brighter and healthier future for women and girls across India. Over the past 4 years, with constant support from our lead students, we have made a significant impact on the lives of girl students in India. Together, we have built over 50 toilets in rural schools across Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and Karnataka.
मेरा नाम अंजी यदु है। मैं कक्षा 9वीं की छात्र हूँ। मेरे विद्यालय का नाम शासकीय उच्चतर माध्यमिक विद्यालय जीट है, जिला दुर्ग, छत्तीसगढ़। हमारे विद्यालय में टॉयलेट की समस्या थी, लेकिन सेवा इंटरनेशनल संस्था के द्वारा हमारे विद्यालय में 4 टॉयलेट का निर्माण हुआ है, जिससे हमें बहुत सुविधाएं हुई है। इसलिए मैं सेवा इंटरनेशनल को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ।
In these schools, we organized menstrual awareness sessions for adolescent girls and distributed reusable sanitary napkin kits to promote menstrual health and hygiene.
सेवा इंटरनेशनल एनजीओ का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी कि उन्होंने बच्चियों को, हमारे स्कूल की बच्चियों को बहुत अच्छे से मेंस्ट्रुएशन साइकिल के बारे में समझाया, बहुत बेसिक जानकारी दी। साथ ही उन्होंने उस दौरान जो स्वच्छता रखनी चाहिए, जितनी भी बेसिक हाइजीन की चीज़ें होती हैं वो बच्चों को सिखाया। और हमारे स्कूल में उन्होंने सैनिटरी पैड्स भी दिए हैं, इसलिए मैं सेवा इंटरनेशनल का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ।
We have conducted 14-day workshops on yoga and self-defense to improve their mental wellness and life skills. Through these initiatives, we have positively impacted the lives of over 8,000 students across India. Your support in these initiatives for health, hygiene, education, and empowerment has created a lasting impact on these schools. We thank and applaud all the lead students for their incredible support. Your immense support has not only changed lives, but has created hope in the lives of many girl students across India, creating a ripple of positive change. Thank you for making a profound difference.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Congratulations to all the leads of Seva USA on celebrating the 4th National Youth Convention. Here's to your remarkable efforts and the success of this milestone event.
We'll be starting back up in about 2 minutes, so feel free to relax, enjoy. You can also be sharing how you're feeling in the chat, share with us your reactions. Be more than happy to interact that way as well. That video was amazing and it really touches close to home. I'm someone from Houston and when Beryl hit, it hit a lot of people very hard. So at least here in the Houston chapter at SEWA, we really everyone stepped up out of their way to really help out, deliver water bottles and do so much. And it's always so inspiring to see that. And I can't wait to see how many more videos we get to see throughout the rest of this evening. How are you feeling about it, Ananya?
I love that video. I love seeing all the impact that the leads had about their response to an emergency that they had in their area, and they took up a call to action. They helped out. They made their impact. They made a mark on their communities, and that was really heartwarming to see.
Yeah, even with our She video, I mean, getting access to sanitation products, hygiene products is something that's really important, and there's still so many people that struggle with that today. So it's awesome to see that we are identifying these issues in the world and are taking a call to action. And I think even after this convention, after we see all of our teams in the US and everything that they're doing, I think that can also inspire us in our personal lives, in our families, elsewhere, to really make a difference wherever we can. So once again, everybody, fantastic job. We have a couple of minutes left of our break. I'm gonna go find an Ivy coffee drip line now. So hold on tight. We'll be back shortly.
If you find any, let me know. I'd love one too.
I feel like hospitals should sell them.
They should. They would get a lot of sales.
They would get a lot more business that way.
They would. I feel like people would be like, the line would be even more than it already is.
Yeah, but then maybe coffee shops might go out of business then, because then nobody would go
It's
to
like
get
Amazon.
them then. They would just be like, okay, I got an Ivy line, keep a couple of bags in the freezer, and then that's it. Nothing else.
Actually, no, coffee shops should employ this. I feel like this would make cafes so much better.
Yeah, like it just
Have like
Ivy
just have a
hotline with
nurse
coffee.
in the coffee shop. So much better.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ananya, how's your experience been so far in the GIH program and all of that stuff?
My experience has been great so far. So I've been a part of SEVA for the last couple of years now. And I've loved being able to work with people I've known too since I started high school. Being able to go back and be able to see them was amazing and work with them too. I got to know a lot more of what was happening behind the scenes when I was a lead. When I was a lead, I was just showing up. I was like, I want to do something, but I never knew what went into it, what went into planning these events and all of that. And right now, one thing that we're working on, at least in North Jersey for the people here, is we're doing our 9/11 event. We're working on that. I'm helping plan it, and it's been amazing to see what's been happening so far. And we've made so much progress, and I love being a part of a planning process. So it's been great for me.
That's incredible. And I can't wait to hear more about our 9/11 project, which I think we'll get to see in a later session.
Cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, over here, I mean, special shout out to the Houston chapter. Woo! But it's just been an incredible experience getting to work with so many of our high school interns and just seeing how dedicated they are to making a difference. Especially here in Houston, the kind of events we've been organizing, what we've been doing, it's just been so incredible. And it's even inspired me to do more, look out for other changes that can be made in our society, and then also taking a plan to action and performing that. So it's been absolutely wonderful. Our MCs, Amartya and Anagha, what about y'all? How has your experience been so far?
It's been great. I've really enjoyed this. Fantastic.
How long have you been in SEWA, Martia?
It's my debut year. I've only been here for 1 year. However, I've been given a wide variety of experiences, and that's been great. Like I believe like last month actually I went to build like for Habitat for Humanity out in
Oh, wow.
Deerfield. I know Juliet, and I've been to crisis shelters to do restocking for them. I learned some practical skills. Like I did a lot of gardening for Seva, um, mulching, planting plants. On like a different perspective, these are skills that, everybody should know, and this is a great way of learning it, which is really cool.
I was just about to say a great way of learning it because you're giving back.
How was the gardening project?
Yeah, I mean, I did gardening two different occasions. One of them was for the crisis shelter I talked about earlier. They wanted like tomatoes and like a bunch of different vegetables for, for the kids that live at that shelter, just to have something going for them. And another one was at a senior home, which is admittedly the other age spectrum. So at the senior home, we were like installing a birdhouse for a org called Sanctuary for the Skies, and around that we put a lot of different plants, just a little landscaping. That was really nice.
Wonderful. That sounds awesome. All right, so we'll get started with our second session. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope the session before gave you a brief overview of what we do here at Seva. Today's overall topic is about our environment and how we can protect it. So stay tuned, for later we will talk more about the changes we can make as individuals and as a society. Back to you, Ananya.
All right, thanks for that intro, Rishi. I personally would like to thank Seva for the opportunity they've provided today. All students, especially those who are from high school attending the event today, should keep in mind that your actions affect the environment as well as the ecosystems that make up this planet. And it's important to make sure that your habits and practices are benefiting the planet instead of providing further harm. Anyways, in this session, we are going to have more regional videos, an informative poll, and we'll conclude with a keynote speech right before the lunch break. And honestly, let's be real here. I bet we're all already thinking more about what's in our pantries than what's in front of us right now, right? You feel me? All right. Now let's pass the mic on to our super cool MCs for this session, Amartya Gunjan and Aryav Thamwar. Keep the energy going.
Thanks, Ananya. Hi, everyone. My name is Aryav Thamwar. I'm a rising junior and been part of Seva Seattle chapter for the past 5 years. I'm pretty sure many of you have heard about DTL by now, but I was in DTL a few years ago, and over there, I was in San Francisco at that time. It was our national conference, and I was just there to present my own team's presentation. But then, suddenly, I was pushed in as an MC with only one night to get ready. So we were awake till 3 a.m., just trying to make everything go to plan. So since that opportunity, I've been emceeing at a bunch of new places such as this one, and I can't wait to see what's next. What about you, Amartya?
Yeah, for sure, bro. Hi, guys. I'm Amartya. And as I just talked about before, I'm a rising senior and part of the Seva Chicago chapter. Unlike Aryav, who's a seasoned member of Seva, this is my debut year at Seva Lead. And I'm sure that I represent a lot of different people that are in this audience. Like, I'm sure that you probably signed up to this to get some volunteering experience, but you got a lot more from it. You got a lot more experiences, a lot more perspective, a lot more people, and it's the people that matter. I'm really stoked for whatever comes next, whether that be like more garden building, more mulching, more construction, more going to food pantries. I'm all for it. Yeah, hit it, bro.
For sure. I really hope you learned something from the impact leads like you have made nationwide. Each of these presentations represent the work of many hard work and dedicated people. So make sure to react in chat and let your fellow volunteers know how much you appreciate their hard work. So without further ado, let's jump right into our next round of regional presentations from the central region of Austin, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Houston, Milwaukee, Phoenix, and San Antonio. Enjoy.
Namaste and welcome. Currently, we have about 29 chapters of Seva running the LEAD program, which are divided into 4 zones. The central region includes 8 Seva chapters: Austin, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Houston, Phoenix, Milwaukee, and San Antonio. This year, our central region has been bustling with activities and impactful projects. From environmental cleanups to community service, we've collectively contributed thousands of volunteering hours, making a significant difference in our communities. Let's take a look at the journey we've had. Milwaukee, known for its vibrant culture and rich history, is home to one of Seva International's thriving chapters. The LEAD program here engages 18 high school students in a variety of services activities throughout the year. From sandwich drives and food pantry volunteering to winter coat drives and cooking for volunteers, youth are always ready to serve. One of the most unique projects is the adoption of Havenwood State Forest. For the past 3 years, this park has been maintained by weeding, cleaning, planting new species of trees, and building benches and other woodwork. This effort not only increases foot traffic to the park, but also fosters a love for the environment. This year, the team is excited to host a 5K run at the park. In Austin, the Seva International chapter is driven by 24 dedicated LEAD students who have collectively contributed 500 volunteering hours this year. Their activities include the Adopt a Creek and Adopt a Highway programs, where they work to keep local environments clean and beautiful. Through the Annapurna Seva initiative, they provide meals to those in need, and with the Restore Georgetown project, they help preserve the historic charm of the community. In San Antonio, the Seva International chapter is led by 23 enthusiastic LEAD students who have contributed 300 volunteering hours this year. Their activities include working at a food bank farm, organizing clothes drives, and attending a lecture series tailored for their development. A unique opportunity arose during the American Council of the Blind Texas annual convention. LEAD volunteers were trained by the ACBT team to assist visually impaired participants, guiding them throughout the convention. This experience provided the LEADs with a profound understanding of navigating the world from a visually impaired person's perspective. In Denver, Seva International's inaugural LEAD program is led by 5 dedicated students who have contributed 125 volunteering hours. This year, they participated in the Design to Lead program and partnered with Cafe 180 and Movement 5280 for various community activities. Despite being in its first year, the Denver LEADs have already begun making a positive impact in their community through service and leadership.
In Chicago, Seva International's LEAD program boasts 132 dedicated students who have collectively contributed 3,000 volunteer hours this year. Their efforts have significantly impacted the local community and beyond. Serving the local community, our LEADs partnered with Habitat for Humanity to organize their Restore, a thrift store selling donated goods. The funds raised through Restore help reduce homelessness in underserved communities. Additionally, through the North-South Foundation, LEADs assisted in running various bee competitions, raising funds to support education for underserved children in India. At Bernie's Book Bank, they sorted, organized, and shelved books, providing free quality reading materials to children in need. On Seva 9/11 Day of Service, LEADs joined forces with the Isha Foundation's Safe Soil program to emphasize the importance of soil conservation. They planted various fruits and vegetables in compostable pots. In another initiative on the same day, they partnered with the Naperville Park District to mulch a large garden area, mulch around 32 trees, and clean up litter throughout the park. Our LEADs have also supported the Eco Foundation for many years, fundraising to support the education of tribal students in India. The American Premier Cricket Club offered our LEADs free training as cricket coaches. They served as coaches and donated a portion of their earnings to Seva and local charities. Additionally, current and alumni LEAD seniors conducted a college application seminar, educating sophomore and high school LEADs on the college application process and sharing valuable tips. This was their unique way of giving back to Seva. In Houston, the Seva International chapter has made remarkable strides from January to June this year. With over 30 volunteering events, more than 400 volunteers have engaged in various community service activities. Our 10 Seva Day of Service events alone have involved over 200 unique volunteers, accumulating over 4,000 volunteer hours to date. Our partners include AmeriCorps, the Houston Food Bank, the City of Houston Mayor's Office, Houston Council Members' Offices, Alief ISD, Fort Bend ISD, Alief Super Neighborhood District, Texas Adopt a Beach, the Consulate General of India, Houston Maharashtra Mandal, and Karnataka Sangha, among others. In response to Hurricane Beryl, we organized 3 food and water distribution events with over 50 LEADs participating.
Now let's hear directly from the Dallas Leads about their journey.
Hello everyone, this year our incredible volunteers in the Dallas Seva Youth Vahini team, a chapter of the Seva International, have made a significant impact in our community. Through numerous projects like mental health and environmental projects, food and supply drives, and even cultural celebrations, we have strengthened our neighborhood with joy. Join us as we reflect on the smiles, stories, and unforgettable experiences that have made this year so special.
Our trip to Lawton to meet the Comanche tribe was truly unforgettable. Visiting their museum was a highlight, learning about their past, their way of life, and their evolution. We explored breathtaking landscapes together. The Comanche Powwow Festival allowed us to immerse in their rich culture and history.
In August, the annual Seva School Supply Drive took place. Seva partnered with Citibank to raise funds for brand new school supplies. The youth volunteer team came together to organize all the supplies. They were donated to underprivileged communities, making a significant impact.
The Seva Diwali Garba was the first event proposed and organized by our youth volunteers. With the guidance of the adult volunteers, we were able to plan an event with a DJ, a delicious snack and dinner menu, and special prizes. All funds raised were donated to the Seva Diwali food drive, which was supporting those in need.
Seva Diwali, one of the largest events held by Seva International, unites the nation in a heartwarming mission. The Seva youth team in DFW collected non-perishable food, organized drives, and distributed essentials to those in need. We were able to provide thousands of meals to individuals in the DFW area.
Collaborating with my fellow Seva team members to pack lunches for the homeless was incredibly fun and insightful. We also visited a shelter to learn more about their needs and how we can best support them in future events. Meeting people directly had made me realize the impact I could have in my own community. I'm very grateful for Seva for providing these opportunities to us youth.
In honor of Earth Day, our team set up a vibrant booth at the Holy Mela at Ekta Mandir, our partner from Seva Dallas. We offered engaging activities like trivia, painting cloth bags for the paint a bag competition, and we offered prizes to enthusiastic participants. Meeting and interacting with eager children and adults was a joy, as we shared the importance of protecting the planet and embracing green practices.
This event was packed with games, speaker sessions, and exercise focused on mental health. It provided valuable insights on managing mental health and understanding its various impacts. There were moderated discussions where parents learned about their children's struggles while children gained insight into their parents' challenges.
Every event this year was planned and run by our Seva Youth Group with help from our mentors. Our projects took massive collaboration, and we hope we've helped this community with each and every one of them. We look forward to serving this community in the upcoming years. Thank you for your support as we continue our journey of community betterment.
In Phoenix, the Seva International chapter has made significant strides, with 74 dedicated leads contributing 1,310 volunteer hours. Partnering with HSS, Isha Foundation, Art of Living, Indo-American Foundation of Arizona, AmeriCorps, and others, our efforts have been impactful and far-reaching. A unique initiative this year is our Youth Board pilot program. To enhance leadership skills, we've established a youth board with positions such as President, Vice President, Secretary, Public Relations, Outreach, and Events Coordinator. This board now coordinates most events with mentor support. One of our major events was a 2-day volleyball tournament organized to raise funds for the SHE Project. The event, attended and publicized by Vice Mayor of Chandler, Mr. O.D. Harris, saw enthusiastic participation from several men's and women's teams.
As we've seen, the central region of Seva International has been incredibly active and impactful this year. From environmental cleanups and community service projects to unique fundraising events and disaster relief efforts, our lead students have shown unwavering dedication and compassion. Their contributions not only support our local communities, but also foster a sense of global citizenship and environmental stewardship. Thank you to all the volunteers, partners, and supporters who make these achievements possible. Together, we are empowering tomorrow's leaders and making a lasting difference.
That's crazy, dude. It's kind of surreal seeing how many different activities Seva lead students get into. I mean, imagine coordinating all of those big projects and leading into all those big results despite the different challenges I'm sure they have, you know? Like I would have failed honestly. So hats off to them. It's crazy. Uh, I'm not sure if you've heard of this esteemed individual, but you know, Gandhi ji. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He's once said that you must be the change you wish to see. Looks like every lead in this presentation lives by that somehow, which is like amazing, honestly. Like I'm so happy. Uh, Now we're gonna break away from the presentations and listen to what our keynote speaker for the day has to say. Miss Ami Ganatra, alumni of the Indian Institute of Management, and Veer Mata Jijabai Technological Institute, is the best-selling author of Mahabharat Unraveled and Ramayana Unraveled. She's a yoga instructor and teaches Indic knowledge worldwide, dedicating her time to spreading Indic wisdom through her portal, Unraveling Epics. I mean, I used to read Amrit Chitakatha myself, but this, in my opinion, is even better. Hats off to Ami Ganatra. All right. So, Ms. Ami Ganatra ji, do you want to begin?
Sure. Namaste, everybody. Very happy to join you all in this program today. And I saw some of these videos that the teams were sharing. I can't express how happy I am to see the actual work happening on ground. You all already know why you're here. You're already working with the community, in the community. So I don't know what else I can add to the wisdom that you already have. But as I have been asked to do this keynote, so thank you, Seva, for that. And I have 15 minutes. So I will probably share some of how do I say, some of my view, I'll share my view of how do I see some of these activities and how it ties back with the Indic wisdom. Most of you have some or the other Indic, dharmic connection. And so I'm sure you'll be able to relate to some of the things that I'm going to say today. This concept of Purush and Prakriti, which is consciousness and nature, Prakriti is nature, environment, call it whatever you want, yeah, has always been there. Or rather, it's very fundamental to the Indic thought or to the dharmic thought, if I may. Now, what is dharma? Usually, we understand dharma as religion. That's how it is translated. But dharma is not really religion. Religion could be a part of it. Dharma is justice, dharma is rules, and all of that. Responsibilities, kartavya, as we say. But interestingly, the word dharma itself translates into something very contemporary, a word which we use very often nowadays. All of you are aware of the sustainability goals, the USGs. That is what dharma has to do with. So what is dharma? The root word of dharma is dhru, which means to uphold and sustain. So in the larger context, dharma itself means sustainability, the overarching principle of sustainability. And we get a glimpse of it in everything that has been told to us by our rishis. Now, why am I saying this? You see, some of our Shanti mantras, some of our prarthanas, some of our prayers, they all always talk about everything around us, not just human beings. There is a very famous Shanti mantra, if some of you know it, and if you don't, you should go and look it up. It's the Shanti mantra. It starts with Om Dev Shanti, Prithvi Shanti, Apo Shanti, Aushadaya Shanti. So the prayer says that I seek Shanti, I seek peace, not just to human beings, but to everything around. In fact, the Rishi starts with Dyav. Dyav is the space. Then he says Antariksha, the universe. He says Prithvi, this earth. And he goes on to talk about the Panchamahabhutas, the Aushadhis, the herbs, the Vanaspatis, the trees, which are all beneficial to human beings and every single being that is alive. So this concept of protecting, preserving, acknowledging the need for Prakriti, of nature, has always been there. Forget acknowledging the need. We understand that we cannot be without the Prakriti. It is as simple as that. How can we be if there is no Prakriti? We are because of this interplay of the consciousness and the Prakriti. This was so well understood. And that is why we had this concept of what is called yagna. Today we see yagna, we see the fire sacrifice, which is how it is usually translated as. But the core concept of the yagna was very interesting. And we get that in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, Devan bhavayatanena te the deva bhavayantu yaha parasparam bhavayantah shreyah param vapsatah. It basically says Devan bhavayata nena. Through this yagna, through this sacrifice, we appease, we please the devatas. And the devatas, being happy, please us. And it is through this symbiotic, through this mutual, keeping each other happy and satisfied and content, prosperity is entailed. Now, what does it mean? What are these devas? If you see the Vedas, or for that matter, any ancient civilization, we all were nature worshipping civilizations. Our gods are all gods of nature, of brain, of oceans, of sky, of sun, of moon, of whatever, right? Why is that so? Because the human beings started realizing over time that we exist because of all of them, because of all this nature around us. If something goes wrong somewhere, we will not survive. And that instilled a sense of gratitude, a sense of sacredness, because of which we wanted to preserve the nature so that in turn the nature preserved us. Somewhere along the line, that was somehow forgotten. And what led to forgetting it? Lots of issues, the technological advances, the ideology, where human beings started thinking that this nature is meant for my enjoyment and that's it. I need to progress. I need to have all the material pleasures. And hence, I can take all that I want from the nature. Now, should we take what we want from the nature? Well, of course, because otherwise we cannot survive. That is how the nature works. There is interdependency amongst various creatures within the nature. But how did this interdependency play out and how should it play out going forward? That is something we will really need to look within and understand. It is not as if there is one solution to it. And all of you probably know the solution, so I will not get into it. The only thought I will leave all of you with is that there is never going to be one size fits all. Because whenever we start talking about environment, seva, all of that, somehow there is this thought that people get into activist mode. Yeah, people get into this activist mode. Oh, everybody has to do so much to reduce carbon footprint. Everybody has to become a vegan. Everybody has to become a vegetarian or the other way around. Yeah. It is always about external. And is that external the only answer? No, it is never going to be. Remember that. The answer to that will always go back to how we individually live our lives. It's always very easy to prescribe, but when it comes to us, do we ask ourselves, all this that I have around me, all the things that I keep owning, all the things that I keep wanting, do I need them? Or do I have them just because I want them? Do I need a phone every 2 years? Do I need a new car every few years? Whatever. Can I not rather use the public transport when I can? Can I not eat things which are more healthy, more local, more seasonal, rather than insisting on few things that I want all the time? Because that is not how nature works. What is the key issue leading to the degradation in the environment, in the Prakriti around us? That is what we need to understand. There is no one reason. The issue is with how we live our lives. And the answer to that will also come from how we live our lives and not from only being activist. We all have to do our bit. We have to ensure that our community works in the way it needs to, but the change will always start with us. Now, before going any further down this line, I think you get the flow where that I'm taking. But my point is very simple. Across the world, everybody has aspirations. Everybody wants to achieve a certain lifestyle. And hence, sometimes it becomes easy for us living a good lifestyle to prescribe about what the others shouldn't do. Now, they are not going to listen because they don't even have the lifestyle that you have. The only way you can make a change happen is to start with you. So always keep this in mind. And I will not go further into any preaching, but again, just to end, remember that whatever you are doing is not for anybody else. We are doing it for ourselves, not even for the future generation. Because remember, we come from an ideology which believes in rebirth, in punarjanma. So we are only going to come back. So if the nature stays, it is for our good. It is not for anybody else. We are going to come back in other forms, shapes, rupa, human beings, we don't know what. So remember that this is not a big service being done to anybody. Whatever we are doing for the nature, we are doing it for ourselves. And also remember, we are not really doing anything for the nature because nature will always find a way. We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen what happens when nature decides to fix things. It never goes the way we want it. We've seen hurricanes, we've seen tsunamis, we've seen deluges, we've seen famines. All of this happens when nature wants to correct its course. We can't do anything in that. We are very small ants, very, very small, ants or whatever, not even relevant in the larger scheme of things. So remember that whatever we are doing is for ourselves. It is for our sustenance. It is for our life whenever we come back again and not for anybody else. If we don't do, nature will find a way. Just keeping that in mind, continue all that you're doing. You already are doing. So all the very, very best to all of you. Keep going. Shubhamastu. Thank you so
Wow.
much.
Thank you so much, Amiji, for that fantastic and insightful speech. Your ability to relate Indic knowledge and the relation between our inner consciousness and Prakriti and make it relevant to today is truly remarkable. You've shown us that ancient wisdom and nature can guide us to peace, even in the age of great material pleasures. Your insights into Dharma and sustainability really hit home. For many of us young folks, making the right choices can feel like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Your talk gave us a poignant insight into life's challenges by looking back at nature's humbling perspective. Thank you again, Amiji, for sharing your wisdom and making Indic knowledge a vibrant and living guide. Amiji, the Seva executive team and president request you to join them in the breakout room that you'll be sent to shortly. After that great speech, I think it's time to test some of our knowledge, right, Amartya?
Of course, dude. The poll will pop up on your screen and take your time to answer the trivia with whatever you think is right. And have fun trying it. Just no Googling, guys, because I know ChatGPT carries us daily, but you can't go far without some knowledge. Don't sweat it though, because every little action counts. While you tackle those answers, just think, if an ant can carry a leaf that's like 10 times its size, right? You can surely handle this trivia. It's not that deep. So lock in and let's see if you can outwit an ant. No pressure though, because the ants are watching.
Okay, first question. Which greenhouse gas is known to be the biggest contributor to global warming?
This
Looks like
gas
you
comes
guys.
just a hint. And yeah, we don't want to pass gas, guys. Gas is bad for the environment and our souls and our rooms.
Yeah, it traps you how your phone traps your attention during a Netflix binge watch.
You got a couple more seconds. Time's ticking.
Yeah, the correct answer is carbon dioxide. Pretty obvious. Next question.
Yeah, just a second now. All right. Next up, what is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the US? So what creates this gas?
Think about what fuels our daily routines and transports around us.
It's what most of you force your parents to do every day for you.
Lock in your answers. Almost there. That's right. Generating electricity.
Those energy bills don't pay for themselves, guys. Your
Yeah,
parents,
right.
thank.
Okay, next up. Now for a wardrobe call, how many gallons of water does it take to make a cotton t-shirt?
Cotton uses like a ton of water to like produce and also later to clean too, honestly.
Yeah,
Think about
makes you wonder. Clothes could be secretly sponges. Who knows? Did the question go up? Because I don't see any answers.
I see the
Let us
question up, but not answers yet.
so
Okay, yeah, now go for it.
whoa guys, we're getting too many answers here.
I think it's time for us to start thrifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the right answer is more than 80%. It's crazy to see that all of our clothes usually go into the trash. So next time, make sure to donate them. Last question.
Yeah, so what is generally not recyclable, guys? Like what can you not recycle?
This one might
You
be a
should,
bit tricky.
for the sake of our society, please know this.
Some items seem recyclable, but like those to-go cups with hidden plastic, I don't think they might be. Yeah, so it looks like you guys are getting it pretty right. Almost there.
All 47% of you.
Okay, so I think you see the right question. So that means that to-go coffee cups are not recyclable. They're hidden with plastic inside the cup, so it's hard to separate them.
Yeah. Nice job, guys.
So I think it's time to get to our videos, right? Yeah.
Right, right. If you don't pat yourself on the back for that stuff, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You better pat yourself on the back. All right, guys. Yeah, that was a nice poll. Hope you guys enjoyed. And time for some videos. All right, Northeast region, the land of traffic jams and mildly different regional pizza variants. However, for the purposes of this meeting, however, like this meeting, right? The youth conference, the northeastern region of the United States is going to be the region of Seva, as you'll find out. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Raleigh, North Carolina, you'll find that these chapters got a lot of gas. Gas for a profound dedication to community engagement and enhancement of societal welfare, that is. Here's to the northeastern region.
Namaste. My name is Yashasvi Banka, and I'm the coordinator of the Youth for Seva board located in the Washington, D.C. region. Today I am here to talk about the different Seva chapters located all over the Northeast. There are a total of about 17 chapters located in the Northeast, going all the way from Maine in the north to Indianapolis in the west to Richmond in the south. Youth volunteers are prevalent in all of these chapters, and 13 out of these 17 chapters have the LEAD program. Now let's go over to Vihika for some reports on the activities that these chapters have been into, specifically Connecticut.
My name is Vihika Rushetti, and I am part of the DC chapter, and today I'll be talking about the Connecticut and Maine chapters.
We have about 6 leads in Maine, partnering with organizations such as Pebble Street, Maine Hindu Temple, the Telugu Association of Maine, and the Scarborough Sati Sai organization. And with them, they have participated in events such as tree plantings, making and donating sandwiches, as well as helping in cleaning and preparing events at the Maine Hindu Temple. And they've also participated in the Save a Diwali food drive down in 2023 and have donated about 10,000 pounds of non-perishable food. Moving on to Connecticut, they have about 15 leads spending 3 to 4 hours every Saturday since September 2023, making and donating meals for the homeless with their local parish center. They have also participated in tree planting events as well, preparing for drives, and are also moving on to focus on environmental projects, as well as a night for first responders, making bags and cards to honor them. Celebrating Independence Day, and overall from Connecticut to Maine, our leads have made it.
Thank you, Vihika. That was some really interesting information. Here's some more very interesting projects from Connecticut.
So we can use more fuel-efficient cars, like electric vehicles, or use public transport to minimize fuel emissions. And we can also switch to cleaner energy or reusable energy.
Gases in the atmosphere. And then also, the more plastic we use, the less animals there are, which throws off ecosystems, which then ruins wildlife. And then, like Suri said, it lessens the oxygen. So we can help. Seva's been helping by making reusable bags that we can use.
Nice, thank you.
Because animals can eat the plastic if we don't properly dispose it.
We should monitor how much organic waste we put into our garbage, and consider trying to reduce it and make organic manure for our gardens.
Plastic, and instead of using plastic bottles, just bring your own water bottles, and don't litter.
Between Connecticut and Maine, we have another established chapter that has been serving the community for over a decade, Boston. Seva Boston's youth volunteers collected and donated thousands of pounds of food to Project Just Because in Hopkinton and the Worcester County Food Bank as a part of their seasonal food drive. The At AIDS Work Foundation had young Seva volunteers from Legacy Farm in Hopkinton, while Beacon Point worked on the food drive. The volunteers gathered, sorted, and delivered the donations that provided much-needed relief to many families, ensuring that they had access to essential food supplies. Let's look at the New Jersey chapters now. We have Venya from Central Jersey to give us an update on the 3 New Jersey chapters.
Hi, my name is Venya Raghavan from the Central Jersey chapter. North, Central, and South Jersey have 135, 182, and 67 leads respectively. North Jersey is involved in around 10 to 12 projects and has over 40 partner organizations, namely HSS, Med Hunger Relief Network, and Town Schools. The chapter has created 2 programs, Cricket for Seva and Rhythm for Seva. Additionally, Central Jersey participates in over 25 projects and is connected with over 50 other organizations, such as Adopt a Highway, Atachavi, and SHE. They have a grants team and have created the program Seva Meal and Seva Produce. Lastly, South Jersey has over 30 ongoing projects and over 45 partner organizations, including townships, farms, and food pantries. As per 2023, leads from the North, Central, and South Jersey chapters obtained an average of 114, 88, and 134 volunteer hours, respectively.
Thank you, Venya, for that wonderful report. Let's watch a quick video on the different activities happening in New Jersey. It is such amazing work happening in New Jersey. We also have the Westchester chapter in New York, where we are currently building youth teams. Please reach out to us if you want to be a part of it. Now let's welcome Pragna to talk about the Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, as well as the Washington, D.C. chapter.
Hi, my name is Pragna Nidamolu, and I'm from the SEWA DC chapter. My chapter has 63 leads, we have 1,500 service hours, and we're currently working on 15 different projects. We have 4 special programs, such as Youth for SEWA and Design to Lead, and we have 12 different partner organizations. For the Maryland chapter, they have 44 leads, and they have an estimated number of 1,200 volunteer hours. They're working on 6 projects, and they have 1 unique program. And they have 9 different partner organizations. And as for the Pennsylvania to Delaware chapter, they have 76 leads and around 5,000 volunteer hours up to date. They are working on 20 different projects, and they have 6 unique programs. They also have 13 partner organizations.
Thank you, Pragna. That was a wonderful presentation. One of the unique programs located within the Washington, D.C. chapter is the Youth for SEWA board. The Youth for SEWA board is made up of about 15 different teenagers from high school, and we all come together to form different events for the SEWA community, as well as different volunteering experiences for anyone who wishes to contribute. We also have 29 leads from Buck County who are currently associated with the Pennsylvania and Delaware chapters, and 1 more with the South Jersey chapter. We hope to have the Bucks County leads program by itself in the coming years. Let's talk about Columbus as well as the Pittsburgh.
Hello, my name is Avantika Mukherjee, and today I will be talking about Columbus and Pittsburgh. Across the US, lead volunteers are changing lives. Today, we celebrate 2 incredible programs, Columbus and Pittsburgh. In Columbus, a dedicated team of 30 leads tackled 9 projects, logging in 300 hours. They rallied for a cause with teen tennis tournament and showcased cultural knowledge with a Darshana presentation and volunteered for Earth Day. But their impact goes beyond. Their DTL programs with 10 to 15 leads tackled issues in underserved communities, and they partnered with 5 amazing organizations: HSS, VYO, Ekal Vidyalaya, Chinmay Mission, and Gandhi Society. Now let's travel to Pittsburgh, where 41 leads logged 900 hours across 14 projects. The signature event, a day-long SEWA women's cricket tournament, promoting teamwork and community spirit. They also partnered with 6 incredible organizations: South Hills Interfaith Organization, North Hills Community Outreach, Pittsburgh Food Bank, Westmoreland County Food Bank, Chinmay Mission Shiva Temple, Allegheny County Parks, and Global Links. These partnerships help build community gardens, producing tons of fresh produce for those in need. Leads also volunteered at food banks and parks, sorted medical supplies, and even cleaned their temple after classes. From Columbus to Pittsburgh, lead volunteers are making a difference. Thank you for your dedication and service.
Presentation. Now let's look at the Detroit and the Indianapolis chapters. Ishan is here with all the info.
Hello everyone, my name is Ishan Kulkarni, and I'm from SEWA International. Today I'm going to be going over some of these stats for the Detroit and Indianapolis chapter. So the Detroit chapter's leads have performed 350 service hours so far in 2024. And their focus this year is environmental related work. So specifically, an example of this is through plastic bottles. So each lead gets 2 plastic bottles, and 1 plastic bottle is for them to paint cloth bags, and the other one is for them to donate to a shelter. They have 10 partner organizations, and some of their highlight partner organizations include Far Therapeutic Camp, Bottomless Toy Chest, and Red Cross. For the Indianapolis chapter, their leads have done so far in 2024 3,000 service hours. They have 55 projects, and their highlight programs of the year are the SEWA 5K Run, Spark Fishers, Karma Marathon volunteering, and the CPR training volunteering. Their partner organizations, they have 12, and their highlight partner organizations include Glenners Food Bank, Carmel Clay Parks and Recreation, and Hamilton Parks and Recreation. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishan. That was some great information. There are very, very dedicated youth volunteers all over the country. On top of that, Richmond, Virginia, as well as Westchester, New York, are areas where a team of youth volunteers will soon be built. Thank you so much for watching this report on the youth activities in the Northeast chapter. Namaste.
Thank you, our Central and Northeast regions, and for the wonderful speech by Amiji. I never thought that there could be deep Indic values in what we do. The prevalence of symbiotic relations really opened my eyes to how connected everything is in the world, and how when we serve and try to do good for a single thing, it leads to good in other places as well. And of course, thank you to our MCs for the session, Amartya and Aryav. Please pay attention to what's coming up because it is a little different from these past two sessions. Session 3 features 9 Zoom sessions, which will each have their own link for the leads. As for parents, volunteers, and guests, please remain on the Zoom that you are currently on. When registering for this event, the leads were allowed to sign up for a topic of interest and should have received a respective Zoom link via email. So please check your emails to find the link for your assigned topic. If you don't have it, we will post all the links in the Zoom chat shortly. Be sure to use the link to go to your respective breakout rooms and attend the panel discussion.
And don't leave just yet. Parents, guests, and volunteers, please make sure to stay on the Zoom, stay on mute, and enjoy your lunch. And in about 15 minutes, please be ready to participate in the main hall for a workshop on climate change and sustainability led by Sunday G. Shinde. There will be a timer on the screen for your reference. And as stated before, at the end of your lunch break leads, please make sure to join the correct Zoom breakout link, which should have been in your confirmation email. We will also be playing a video about our Sponsor a Child program, which supports the education of underprivileged children in India and Nepal. It seeks to provide the education, cultural training, and opportunities to improve their health and well-being. With that, have a great lunch, everyone.
In a country as vast and diverse as India, there are children with dreams, potential, and a desire for a brighter future. Seva International's Sponsor a Child program has supported more than 10,000 students last year, reaching across 224 districts, spanning 23 states and 4 union territories. Every sponsored child receives more than just financial assistance. They gain access to educational opportunities, mentoring, and emotional support. We empower these children to overcome adversity and embrace the transformative power of education. In countless families, financial challenges create a significant barrier to a child's education. Basic needs take precedence over educational expenses, leaving children without the necessary resources to thrive academically.
Namaskaram, my name is Ishwar. I am studying 6th class. I want to become a police.
నా పేరు సిహెచ్ లోచన్ కుమార్. నేను 10వ తరగతి చదువుతున్నాను. భారతి భవన్ ఆవాసంలో నేను 5 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఉంటున్నాను. 7వ తరగతి నుంచి 10వ తరగతి వరకు.
Sponsor a Child is a transformative initiative that aims to break these barriers and bring positive change.
Thank you for sponsoring me. I want to become a world famous engineer, doctor,
Teacher Nautanu. Soldier.
doctor,
Teacher. Doctor. Police.
teacher, soldier, teacher.
Thank you, Seva International.
Together, we can make these dreams come true. Sponsor a child today and be a part of their journey to success.
Wasn't that a wonderful video? That really inspired me a lot. So
Upcoming up, just a reminder, we have some awesome breakout room sessions. Right now is our lunch break. So y'all can go get some food, get something to drink. And then after that, you can join your breakout sessions. The links are in the chat. They should have also been sent to your email for the respective topic that you signed up for. So have a great lunch, everyone.
Also, just to clarify, the links that are currently posted in the chat are for the leads who have signed up for a session. Well, and also if there are any leads who have not signed up for one of these sessions, please feel free to pick a topic and choose one. Anyone else, parents, guests, volunteers, please just stay on this Zoom call. Do not leave, and we will be beginning shortly. Thank you.
Ananga, you don't want to take a small break?
Just a reminder for all of our leads, please do enter your breakout session before the timer is over, where you will get a chance to be a part of a really interesting and very special experience.
All right, perfect. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch. So the previous session was quite interesting with the SEVA trivia, learning about all the great activities that each chapter is doing, as well as the inspiring speech by Amiji. Now, this next session is going to be on climate change and sustainability. It is about maintaining a sustainable lifestyle to ensure that our planet remains inhabitable, as well as preventing irreversible damage. Parents play a critical role in recognizing, implementing, and teaching sustainable practices at home. It is an ever-growing issue across the world, and it has been heavily impacted by the decisions that human beings have made. It's also a well-researched field, and almost all national and state governments have implemented environmental protection programs in their communities. The session is also going to be formatted a little bit differently than ones you might have seen in the past. Questions or polls with trivia about the topic are going to pop up on your screen, and you will have about 20 seconds to answer to the best of your ability. It's perfectly fine if you don't know the answer, just try your best and use your best guess. Honestly, some of them shocked me too, so just try your best. And afterwards, Sunday G is going to discuss and talk about the question or the statement that was in the poll. And if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to chat with either Arushi or me, and we are going to make sure that your message is conveyed to Sunday G. We want to make this interactive and engaging for you as well, so please make sure to let us know if you have any feedback, questions, or concerns.
So without further ado, allow me to introduce our speaker for this session. Sandesh Ji is an IT professional, father of a high school junior, recipient of the Gold Presidential Volunteer Service Award in the year 2023, a dedicated yoga practitioner, co-founder of Green Cell, which is 100% volunteer-run nonprofit organization established in 2018 that works in the area of environmental awareness, education, and action. Sandesh Ji is an environmentalist, an advocate of sustainable living with a passion for human health and the health and well-being of life on this planet. Wow, that was a lot. But as y'all can see, Sandesh Ji is a very decorated man. And even with that sparkling bio, I still don't think I can do him justice. So please allow me to welcome Sandesh Ji to our convention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arushi, Ananya, and Seva, inviting me today. Speak with all of you. Good morning, good afternoon, namaste, wherever you are attending this from. I will not take too much time and directly get into the content that I would like to share. Is my screen share working fine?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes.
Okay. So as Arushi and Ananya described, this session would be a little different. It would be more interactive because we have a set of poll questions or trivia questions that are set up to be a very interactive session. So climate change and sustainability, global warming, all these are very complicated and very overwhelming topics. But I hope that through these series of data points, we can understand it a little better, look at the current set of changes, and also see what we can do as individuals, as families. So with that, let me get going with the very first poll. And you have about 20 seconds or less to interact with it. Here we go with the first trivia question.
All right. What is the current level of CO2 in the atmosphere? This is a difficult one. Ananya, do you have any guesses?
I know ppm is a lot, at least. As a bio major, I've seen that around before, and it's a lot more than you'd expect. But personally, I'm gonna go with 385.
Oh, Sandesh Ji, can we have any hints?
Oh, well, I'm going to come to it right now. I'm stopping the poll. Let's see what the results are. Okay, a lot of us have mentioned in the 325, 385 range, which is great. So let me see what the real thing is, what the real number is. Okay, so currently the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is 425 parts per million. And the ppm, that's parts per million, it sounds very low, but it has a huge implication on everything on the planet. So as you see from the chart, over the last about say 60 years, it has consistently gone up. And that's largely because of humanity's exploration and exploitation of fossil fuel sources, right? The more and more carbon going into the atmosphere, way more than historically what it has been. And that's largely why climate change is happening and why we are calling it as human created climate change. So with that, another interesting poll is coming up for all of you, and this will give us a little more insight on what is the current state and how does it look historic. So the question is, there is more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today than any point in last 800,000 years. It's a true or false question.
What do you think about
I'll
this
give
one?
it a few.
Ooh. See, if it said a couple billion years, I would have said maybe it's false. But I mean, with all the cars and everything like that, I'm leaning towards true.
Yeah, I'm going to stop the poll, share results. And overwhelmingly, a lot of us have said yes. And that is the correct question, or rather the correct response. And this surprised many of us that the chart, as you see, right, it is the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere dated back about 800,000 years. And this is through carbon dating mechanisms. And if you look through the whole history, there has been a range of that carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, like ice ages. About 6 ice ages have happened. And those are the low points of this graph, where the carbon dioxide level was very low and the atmosphere was super cold as a result. But the higher side has never crossed, just once it has crossed, but largely it has been 260 to 70 parts per million range. That's how nature's climate works in a rhythm, right? Everything in nature has a rhythm. Things are sustainable and life flourishes. In the last about we just saw that in the balance of nature out of balance. It is as simple as that. And this has repercussions. And that's what climate change, global warming, climate change is all about. We are going to look at shortly as well. But it's not only the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There are other heating, influencing. Heard about that. Methane gas is also a very potent greenhouse. It's generated from land degradation. It's generated from animal farming and animal agriculture, as they say as well. And also from the food and the organic material sent to landfills. That also generates methane gas emissions. So there are various sources, but all of that is continuously going up. It's climbing up, right? And as a result, the global warming is happening, and at a rate that is unprecedented. Never ever has this happened in the history of this planet. And
Excuse me,
it is happening at a very,
Sandeshi?
very short amount of time. Yes.
Sorry, your audio is going in and out.
Okay.
Do you think there's something we could do to maybe fix that? Or would it be easier if maybe we could see something about video that might help with the bandwidth maybe?
I can stop my video. Let's try that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So on the right side, these sections, right? This is from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a very global, very reputed body, which has hundreds of scientists and experts working on this for a long amount of time, and they come out with analysis of what could be the state, right? We talk about 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming and even more. So these projections are what should really bring alarming bells in our head, right? That where are we going and what should we really doing? Because currently we are already past the 1.1 degree Celsius global warming, and if we continue to heat up our planet with more carbon dioxide, with more greenhouse gas emissions, then we are not going in any good direction. So we need to be super aware about it, and that's what is going to lead some action to be taken to revert this situation. That that also brings up to the point that, right, that how do we look historically, and how soon has this happened? So the chart on the right side gives us a very stark picture of it's just actually very fresh chart. It just came out earlier this week, that both on 22nd of July as well as 23rd of July, we have broken any previous record of highest temperature, right? 17.15 degrees Celsius is the global air surface temperature, as they call it. And from the chart, it's very, very easy to see that from 1940 to 2022, all those lines are continuously broken. And 2023 was a year of high global warming, and then we are again breaking record in 24. So it's completely going in the direction that we don't want. And UN chief has been warning us, United Nations chief has been warning us for many, many years now. And this year he has used this term of not only global warming, but global boiling. So he says, I quote in his words, era of global boiling has arrived. How do we want to treat this? How do we want to take this up? And how do we take our actions is very, very important. And it's time for the next trivia question. And it should be on your screen. 20 seconds. How many consecutive months has global temperature record broken? And this is as of current. So we are in July 2024.
I was just saying with the heat here in Houston, it would probably be even more than 13 months.
I feel that
Yeah.
here too. I'm currently in Florida. It's been a while of just heat. And I know they say Florida's hot, but I feel like this is a little too much here.
Yes, definitely. So many of us have about a half of us have 13, some have 12, which is the answer is 13. And that's very unfortunate, right? This is global temperature. This is not particular to a particular region, but as a globe entirely. So since last June 2023, July 2023, and continuously every month, the records have been broken. And you see the red, very dark red color on those globes. That's the highest is 11 Fahrenheit above the average temperature, right? So you can imagine 11 Fahrenheit is a huge difference. So the Arctic is heating up more than any other place on the planet, and it has huge implications for our like our food security, our economy, everything, health, all aspects. So this 13 months is a wake-up call for us, right? How many more months will we allow this to happen, and how many more years will we allow this to happen before we take charge? So that's what is the current impact. And then that brings us to the trivia number 4. So let me launch that. And this transitions into the next segment of my content. Is the poll showing, is the trivia showing up on the screen?
It is not.
Not yet.
Okay, let me try number 4. Yeah, the launch button on my screen somehow is grayed out. So I'm not sure why is it not showing up. Okay,
This
it's not
is
showing up
the
yet, right?
last question, yeah.
Okay, let me try to go back. Okay, share. Let me do the share results of the previous one. I think that's
Okay.
probably what has held up.
So, Sandeshji, what happens is you have to stop sharing the results
Okay.
first and then go to the
Yes.
next one. Otherwise, it keeps thinking the previous one is still active. So,
Okay, stop sharing. Thank you. And then let me try number 4. There you go. Thank you. All right. How many billion-dollar weather disasters have happened in year 2023 in the US, in the United States only? So for those who may not have heard the word before, billion-dollar weather disasters, I'm going to explain about that in just a moment. But give it another 5 to 7 seconds, and I close this trivia question.
I mean, with all we've heard on the news, there's definitely been a lot recently.
Yes. So I'm going to end the poll, share results. Okay. So about half, close to half said 18, some said 28, some said 31. Right. I think with all the statistics shared up till now, everybody is thinking, oh, these are big numbers now, right? So let me stop sharing. And get to the statistics. So 28 is the answer. The right side chart is what it describes, right? The trend. So what is a billion-dollar weather disaster? It means that one single weather event, extreme weather event, has caused $1 billion or more of damage, right? That's what a billion-dollar weather disaster means. And as you see from the chart, this is tracked from 1980 to current, to 2024. So about 20 plus years now. And the two y-axes are representing on the left side the number of events that have happened in a year, and the right side is the cost in billions of dollars that has cost. So in 2023, 28 of such events have cost $600 billion of damage just in the United States. And the color on those graphs on the bar charts represent different kinds of disasters. So it's drought, it's wildfire, it's flooding, it's severe storms, tropical cyclone events, all of that. So all of them have been increasing, especially the severe weather, severe storm has been consistently increasing, which is damaging as well. And that's how the big numbers come up, right, in terms of the dollar amount. And it's not only the dollars, right? It's lives lost, it's homes lost, people's livelihoods, everything is affected. Local economies, regional economies, food is affected. Our food security is at stake here. So this is something that gives us a clear indication that what's happening physically in the atmosphere in terms of the greenhouse gases increasing is has a direct impact on what the weather is doing to us, right? How extreme the weather is becoming. Just to look at the 2024 picture of these, already 15 such billion-dollar weather disasters have happened. And you will see that largely it is concentrated in the Midwest or mid section of the country, but it's affecting every region over the years. Hurricanes, wildfires right now. Wildfire is a big, in the summers or early summers, wildfire is really causing a big disaster, not only in the United States, but elsewhere as well. So all this is good. So these disasters or these extreme weather events are becoming more destructive, and their count is increasing, their frequency is increasing. So both ways it's damaging, and as well as something that we should definitely look at. That brings us to the next trivia question. And thank you so much for interacting with the trivia. I really appreciate that. Okay, number 5. Okay, has it showed up?
I think we're, oh, yes, now it showed up. Yes.
Okay. So how much area of boreal forest were burned by the wildfires in Canada in the year 2023? So boreal forest are those, the forest of high altitude, higher latitudes. that largely from Canada all the way to Russia, like that latitude is where the boreal forests grow. Give it another 5 seconds. All right, closing the trivia right now. Sharing the results. Yes, so a lot of us said yellow, as much Yellowstone National Park is a huge area. Some said as big as Lake Michigan, which is also pretty big. New York City is probably the smallest of the option as compared to the geography of these four. Okay, so that's the result. So what is the answer? Let me get back. So the answer is as much as the state of Maharashtra. Some of you might kind of visualize that Maharashtra is a pretty big state in India, geographically speaking, and you wouldn't believe that that is how much boreal forest has burned or was burned last year in year 2023, just in Canada, right? And I'm pretty sure you must have seen a very very gloomy pictures somewhere in July last year of New York City, the Statue of Liberty, and that whole area was the air quality was so bad that it was completely orange, and that all air or the smoke was coming up from those Canadian fires, right? And some also from the United States geography as well.
Yeah, I remember this happening. I was in school at this time, and because I was still a senior in high school, I remember them like not letting us outside because the sky was that toxic to us. So it's definitely
Yes.
affecting everyone, and it's getting a lot worse.
Yes, and from the graph you can see, right, it just spiked in 2023. It was just spiked because there is heat, too much heat, too dry atmosphere, lack of precipitation. Just it's caused the rhythm of the climate completely out of whack, right? And that's what causes such disasters. And even this year, right now, as we speak, there are literally 1,000 active wildfires in Canada. And not to mention about US, there is a lot from Oregon all the way till Southern California, in the middle of the country and elsewhere as well. There are wildfires going on, and this is a very real life impact, right? Because you can't go out of your house. If you go out, you're exposing yourself to toxic air quality, which is a health concern, and obviously it's affecting the economies. People may not be able to work outside. Tourism is affected. Transport is affected. Manufacturing is affected. Everything, all aspects of our life are affected. So this is a very real, it's not something that we are predicting to happen in after 20-30 years. This is already happening to us. So it's time for the next question, which is number 6. Okay, please let me know once you see it on the screen.
We can see it.
Okay, what percentage of fresh fruits and vegetables in the United States comes from California, the state of California? 60%, 50%, 80%. Another few seconds before I close it. All right, about to close and share results. So almost 2/3 have selected somewhere between 40 and 60%, which is a lot, right? And why this is relevant is where I'm coming to. So the right answer is about 80%, a few percentage, maybe plus or minus, right? Especially during winter, right? When rest of the country is in winter, a large portion of the fruits and vegetables come from California. Some come from southern, south of America as well, so like Mexico and that area. But why this is relevant is because you must have seen in the last few years, there has been a heavy drought in that area. It has relieved a little bit in the last maybe 12 months or so, but it has been a multi-year drought. California has been in a multi drought about 15-20 years. You might have seen the photos of the Lake Mead dying up and the Hoover Dam levels going down, right? Water, all of that is direct impact on our food. So imagine if the state of California doesn't have a stable climate, doesn't have a stable water supply, then it may not be able to grow as much fruits and vegetables, right? That the entire country needs, and even they export it. So it affects the exports as well. So it affects the economic equation as well. And similarly, other area that we largely get our vegetables is from Mexico, right? Fruits and vegetables. So that is also, that country is also facing extreme amount of heat happening, dry conditions are happening. So this is what is the reality of where we are, right? That we have risked our own food supplies. You might have probably last year, even this year, like there are supermarkets where you might have seen that, hey, such fruit is out of or such vegetable is out of stock, right? So it happens because of such events that we could be on short supply or even don't have anything. Like last year, I'm in Georgia, in Atlanta. Last year, due to Hurricane Ida, 90% of Georgia were completely destroyed. Georgia is called a peach state, and 90% of the peach trees completely destroyed. So obviously there was no peach in the market in Georgia, right? We are a peach state, but no peaches. So this is real life. This is a direct impact of what's happening to us. And it's time for the next trivia question. Number 7. Okay, so what's causing it? This is the section, and the first question is: humans use about 1.2 million plastic bottles in how much time? Is it every minute? Is every hour? Is every day? What do you think?
Sandeshji, you're still breaking up a little bit. If you would like, I can also share the PowerPoint, if that could maybe help mitigate some of that.
Okay. Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sorry, you broke up for a second there.
Okay. I was wondering if you could run the poll.
You should be able to do that.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, let's try that. So I'm sharing results. So almost half have 44% have said 1 hour, and then less have said 1 day. So the correct answer is unfortunately 1 minute. Isn't that like surprising or even overwhelming, right? So every minute, that's what is the story of plastics, right? Plastic production has exponentially increased over the last few decades. And things like single-use plastic bottles and many other single-use items is a big shift that we all have taken up, right? The use and throw model of living. So this is definitely not sustainable on this planet, because plastic, as we know, just takes literally hundreds and thousands of years to disintegrate. And now, because of so much of plastic pollution, the microplastic is everywhere, literally everywhere. It's there in placenta of a newborn to deepest ocean trenches. So plastic is literally everywhere. So we need to really look at what to reduce our plastic usage, especially the single-use plastic. And it's time for the next trivia. Arushi, Ananya, would you be able to pull up number 8? 8.
Yes. Is everybody able to see number 8?
Yep, it's there.
Awesome.
Americans are only 4% of the total population, but account for 5% of the carbon dioxide emissions. Is it true, or is it not true, or false? Okay, we can end the poll, I believe, and share the results. Yes, so it is true. And that is the correct answer, unfortunately. And what that means is, can we stop sharing the results, Arushi, Ananya? Okay, wonderful, thank you. This is the story, right? The United States is one of the most developed countries on the planet. But that development, that progress, it has a cost. What I mean is that the cost to the environment, right? Because the amount of fossil that has been consumed, cumulatively speaking, for the last about 100 to 150 years, especially in the last 80 to 100 years after the World War I and after World War II, that has been very, very exponential, really. As you can see from the chart, that as compared to a few other regions of the world, a few other countries, the United States has consumed way more fossil fuels, and as a result has caused a lot of emissions that that helped us to this state today, right? Other regions also, and everybody's pretty much going up. Even China emissions are climbing up in the recent past, right? So all of this has to be looked at, and this is what causes and what causes climate change. Time number 9, Arushi, if you can pull up 9. Okay, the question is, how many Earths would we need if all 8 billion humans consumed like the average person in the United States? Interesting question. So different regions consume differently the natural resource and everything else. But this is about if everybody consumed like the United States, right? Can we stop the question and share the results, please? Yes. So large number of us have chosen numbers, which is 3.5 Earths and 4.5 Earths. So that's near the correct answer. The correct answer is 4.5 Earths. So if you can stop sharing. Oh, thank you. Yes. So this comes to a very interesting statistics. Organization called as the Footprint Network. They what is called as the overshoot day. So what this means is, if the Earth has a natural way, it will rejuvenate its natural resources, right? It's air, it's water, the plant life, animal life, everything. So if everybody were to consume like the average person in the United States, we would have exhausted that planet's natural resource capacity by March 14th. So after March 14, we are pretty much borrowing, or rather exploiting the natural resources that really belong to the next year or the next generation. So that's what this means. And for the entire globe, this is August 1st. So August 1st is when we would exhaust, as a humanity, we would have exhausted our natural resources for the year. That means, in other words, we need right now 1.7 Earths to the way we need 1.7 Earths to sustain that. But obviously we don't 1.7. We don't even have an entire planet Earth right now, because we have already damaged it a lot. So we'll quickly rush to trivia number 10. We have another couple of trivia questions. How much percentage of the US agricultural land is used to grow food for humans? So agricultural land, you would assume that yes, it grows food for humans, right? What else? What else agriculture is used for? But it is probably not the story. So can we end the poll, please, and show the results? Yes, so 50% said 25%, which is the correct answer. If you can stop sharing, please. So the question remains that what is going on in the other 75%, right? If there is X amount of agricultural land in the United States and only 25% is really growing food directly for humans, then what is the rest 75% doing? And it is growing animal feed, right? So what that means is it's growing food for animals, and animals is all different animals that are these are not wild animals, obviously. These are animals which are used for food production. So your chickens and your beef and your all different pigs and all different animals that are part of the food industry, right? So our consumption of animal-based food has a direct impact, because you can imagine there are millions and millions of acres of agricultural land, and if we reduce a little bit of that, it can go back to becoming forest. It can go back to becoming biodiverse, highly biodiverse area, rather than big farmlands which hardly have any biodiversity. There is any any animal life on it, any birds or any other animals life is not sustained on that, because it's continuously used for agriculture, and obviously there is pesticide use, there is water use, there's energy use, all of that adds up, right, to the story. So trivia number 11, please. How much waste is generated per year in the United States? Our population in US is about 330 million. So how much waste do we think we create in an year? Closing the trivia, about 5 seconds. Yeah, let's close the and share results, please. Thank you. So overwhelmingly said 420 millions. That's a lot, but that's not the correct answer. The correct answer is 295 million, which is still huge, which is still very, very huge. That comes to around 4.5 pounds of trash per person per day. That's a lot. Like we love to throw things away, right? But we need to realize that there is no away, right? Most of we throw away probably goes like 20, 30, 40 miles away in a landfill, and then it's continues to pollute. So there are two aspects to this story. One is that we are consuming so much and we may not be using that material enough, and then also we are throwing away things too quickly and too easily, which is not sustainable on this planet. And that's part of the story as well. At the composition of the waste that we generate, a large is food waste, and which is contributing to the methane gas emissions we saw in the very beginning. Food waste as well as the yard trimmings, right? All those the mowed lawn, and then all the grass clippings and whatnot. So time for our last trivia, number 12, please. What percent of the electricity is generated from fossil fuel sources in the United States? How much percentage is generated from fossil fuels? Closing in about 5 seconds. And let's share the results. Yes, 60% is the correct answer, right? And that is where we come up to the point that we use electricity for so many things, right? For our heating and cooling and so many other things that we do, running our clothes dryer, running our washing machine, running our dishwasher, and so many other appliances. So if 60% of the electricity in the United States is generated by using fossil fuels, then obviously we need to look at reducing our energy usage, becoming more energy efficient, reducing wastage of electricity, right? So all this is very, very important because everything adds up, right? And government, our state governments, central governments, all agencies are looking towards switching to renewables, but it will take time, right? So in the meantime, we need to be super cognizant, super conscious of our electricity usage. So even changing your thermostat from 1 degree less or 1 degree more, depending on summer or winter, can make a huge difference. EPA suggests that you keep your summer temperature thermostat at 78 or higher, and winter or 68 or lower, 68 Fahrenheit. So those are the suggested. With all these aspects that we saw right now, right? One aspect is that we probably overlook is simple mathematics, which is human population, right? The human population has grown substantially. It has exploded yearly, honestly speaking. And this is a direct multiplier, because anything and everything that we do, the more humans there are, the more damage it's going to cause. And the population also needs to be understood from perspective that where is this population, right? We just saw the footprint of a single, a person probably in the US has a much larger footprint. Environmental footprint than probably a person living in, say, Nepal or even a Cambodia or some other country, right? So everything adds up, and fossil fuel usage, livestock production, greenhouse gases, natural resource like your wood and trees cutting, waste generation, everything multiplies with the exponential growth of human population, and it's expected to reach about 9 to 10 billion. So you can even imagine that we are probably having more and more impact on the planet. So this is something to think about as well. So having understood all of this problem, let's look at what can we do, right? Because that's the most important aspect of coming out of this session is to look at the solution. So simply put, I think the first thing that we need to do is rethink, right? And rethink in many different aspects. Rethink our consumption, right? The Amazon Prime Day just happened on 16/17, right? They said there were some like 150 million orders or something like that. So let's think about it, right? All that things that we order instinctively, compulsively, just because there is sale. There was Memorial Day sale, there is Labor Day sale coming up, there was July 4th sale, there is Christmas sale, there is, there is sale every time, right? But do we need to consume every time? Like how many clothes in a year is sustainable, right? Can you buy new clothes every other month or every month? Is that sustainable? We all need to start questioning ourselves, right? Living in a single family, big house, is that really sustainable, right? And that's what brings us to the lifestyle as well, right? That is our lifestyle really supporting life on this planet, or is it destroying and damaging the life on the planet, right? Everybody would like to improve their lifestyle. We aim for that, absolutely. But we should be always cognizant, always conscious that, okay, what is the impact of it? Is it really sustainable? So everything needs to be thought out, right from the school supplies that many of us might be buying right now for their kids or for themselves as school is starting, to how many vacations are we taking in a year? How long are we traveling for our vacations, right? What kind of investments have we done? Is our investments actually damaging the planet, right? So this chart on the right side actually is from the Mission Life from the Government of India. Very beautiful chart. It talks about 7 different aspects we should look at making our life sustainable. Reduce waste, reduce e-waste, adopt healthier lifestyle. So let me speak just a few seconds about healthy lifestyle, right? This is super important and probably an ignored aspect. Is the healthier we are, naturally, the less our environmental footprint will be. And in trying to become more healthy, we'll most likely use tree and plant-based foods, which are much less damaging to the planet than animal-based foods. So it's like a win-win-win situation, right? And continuing, like it will support better food choices, will support sustainable food systems, and also it will reduce the packaging and the transportation related environment. It will reduce the water usage and also the energy usage. So it's an entire cross-connected, completely interlinked aspects of sustainability. But all starts with our own mindset change, right? And also a big thing you can do is ask for change, right? Because our leaders have to take up the right policies. It's state leader, national leader, even global leaders, all have to hear our voices continuously. So you could write emails, you could use social media, you could use other mediums to make your voice heard. And don't worry that, hey, me one person talking would make no difference. No, it would, because that adds up, right? And lastly, I would suggest trees, right? Trees is like the biggest solution for climate change. So even if you can't plant trees, please donate trees. So there are so many organizations that are doing great work of planting trees around the world. Please donate as much as you can. I will probably not go too much into this detail, but this is the Green Cell, like the nonprofit I co-founded. These are some level challenges that we came up for helping families, individuals to switch to a greener lifestyle. So level 1 through level 4 challenges. Level 1 is the simplest or the easiest. Level 4 is the most difficult. But one thing I would suggest, I'll reiterate, is look at your food, right? So if you can reduce your animal-based food intake, which is meat and dairy, can help a lot. Right? This is not about ethicality, morality, but about just the impact of the food on the environment. So with that, I think I'll end and we can open up for Q&A. I know probably I have consumed a little more than my allocated time, but leaving you with this thought, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. It is a Native American proverb. So let's do better, all of us, so that ourselves and our future generations have a livable planet to live on. So we can open it up for any questions, please.
If anyone in the audience has any questions, please feel free to chat either Rishi and me, and we will make sure to ask them.
I believe Vihan had a question to ask.
I did have a question to ask, actually. So I was wondering, when it comes to renewable energy, what is the best source for us to use? to, contribute the most to the environment's,
Yes.
rehabilitation?
So good question. Good question. So depending on where you live in the US, you could have many options. One is that you could literally your family can look at installing solar panels. On our house, we have solar panels. So all of our electricity comes from solar. But your electricity provider could have options for you to buy renewable energy sources. You might want to check with your electricity provider. Because renewable energy as a source of electricity is increasing, right? So many electricity purchasers, which are the electricity that provide electricity to our houses, they are switching to renewables. So they are already doing that. And if there's an option, you can choose renewable energy source with your electricity supplier, then you should definitely do that, because that's going to feed into the economy of renewable energy. And there are policies, obviously, that the Infrastructure Act that was passed and other acts that were passed in the last 2, 3, 4 years have switched to the renewable energy a lot. Between the renewable energy itself, like between solar, even nuclear probably could be called renewable, and wind, I don't have a particular say as to which is technically better, but it's more about based on where geographically you are in the US.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. That was a great answer. Does anybody else have questions?
I had a question. So this is a little bit of a personal one, but if you could look back at your past self, back when you were younger, or as a child, are there any practices or actions you would have taken to reduce your environmental impact at that period of time?
At that period of time, great question. I think I would vote for reducing the animal-based food. Animal-based food as probably the one that doesn't come to your mind easily, but that has a great impact. I would have probably, if I was 20, 30 years ago, I would have looked at that as, and on top of that, I would add that I immigrated to the US about 18 years ago. If I was aware, I would have probably not migrated to the US then, because I was even aware that yes, my carbon footprint, my everyday footprint is going to go up, move from India to US, right? So that I would have probably not taken a decision to move to the US just to be more sustainable living, because living on an average in India would be much lower footprint than living in the US. Just because, living in a single family home, living in a city where you need cars all the time, there is, I'm in Atlanta suburbs, so we need cars all the time, very little public transport. And then so many aspects of living in a single family home itself is big dent on the environment, because there are like at least one bedroom is always empty in our house. It gets heated, cooled all the time. I'm pretty sure many of your houses, there are 2, 3 rooms which never get used, but they get heat and cooled all the time, right? And they were built, but they're empty all the time, right? So all that adds up. We are wasting a lot of resources. It's not efficient to live in the US on an average, my take.
Wow, I really didn't see it that way. And I especially didn't realize that even how like cultural aspects, like living in a very individualistic society, like how US is, where everybody has their own little areas, versus a more collectivistic area like in India, can even impact our carbon footprint and how we affect the environment. That's so fascinating.
Correct. Yeah, and you don't have to go to the India right now, right? It may not be feasible, but you could probably look at, okay, can I move to a condo? Can I move to a high-rise building which has so many families living together and sharing space? Right? Those are, you can still look at reducing your carbon footprint, environmental footprint.
I had a question, if that's okay. I'll be quick. What's your thoughts on nuclear energy, the future of nuclear energy, its use, like new technologies to reuse nuclear waste, new technologies to make nuclear reactors smaller? Do you think it's the best use for alternative energy right now, or is it like a way? Is it like it's like a type of energy to make way to better alternative energies?
And great question. Unfortunately, I am not a scientist to be able to really technically answer that question, but I will twist that question into a different perspective, right? The way I feel is that today, the way the technology has improved in many different ways, not only energy, right? we have all the technology, we have all the resources, we have all the money to solve this problem of climate change. Believe me, right? We literally have everything that we need, right? But we don't have only the willingness to make it happen. That's the only mistake. So we don't really need to invent new technologies. Yes, new technologies will get invented and they will help, but we don't need to wait for it, right? Even if we plant 1 trillion trees on the planet within the next, say, 2, 3, 5 months or 1 year, we will solve climate change. Do we have the willingness to plant 1 trillion trees, make it happen? That's the question. We have money, we have resource, we have everything. We just don't have the willingness to make it happen. That's the only missing link, is what I would say. Sorry, I couldn't answer your question exactly because I don't have the expertise, but hopefully my response makes sense.
Also, if we have time, there's a quick question from the audience. Can you please explain how consuming meat affects the environment?
Many different ways. Great question. So first, right, the first and foremost way to understand that is land use. As we just saw from the trivia, right, if 75% of the US agricultural land is used for animal-based food, then we really need to look at it, right? That can we reduce this and actually convert farms into more sustainable agriculture, which is a tree-based agriculture, or which is, it can be actually returned back to forest, right? Tree-based food source is much better. So that's the one way. Other is obviously the methane gas emissions coming out of animals, animal agriculture. So here's the statistics, right? The biomass of animals, of farm animals, that is food animals versus wild animals, is huge. It's like probably 80 to 20, right? The total biomass on the planet, 80% almost is from animals which are for food versus wild animals, right? It was way different probably 50 years ago. I hope I answered the question a little bit.
Yes, thank you so much, Sandeshji. This was truly such an educational and a really fascinating presentation. I know I personally learned so much. I really didn't even realize, where half of our food, like our produce, came from in that California area, and how they're facing droughts, the amount of trash we've been consuming, trash we've been throwing, our plastic usage. It was truly an eye-opening experience, and truly can't thank you enough for taking the time today to share all of this with us. Everybody in the audience, please do use your reactions. Give him a round of applause for us, please. And once again, thank you so much, Sandeshji.
Thank you. I really enjoyed being here, and thank you again, Seva team, for inviting me here, and wish everybody all the best. And let's make this happen. It's our planet. It's our responsibility.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For all of our guests still here in the session, we are now going to have about a 6 to 7 minute break. So feel free, stretch up a bit, drink some water, go outside, get some fresh air. I know I'm going to go outside and appreciate our environment, especially after this session. But once again, we will have a timer on the screen for everyone. So please be ready to come back soon for our next round of sessions. See you soon. I guess we do not have a timer at the moment, but I will quickly go out and I'm going to go touch some grass and I'll be right back. I'll bring some to prove it to y'all. Give me 2 seconds.
Some grass.
Watch, 2 seconds.
While Arushi's gone, how was that session, everyone? Like I said, please feel free to use the reactions. Anyway, I learned a lot personally. I've heard about a lot of this before, but I never really knew too much about what was happening. Like, I've heard the one about using meat and how that consumes a lot of our energy and resources, but I was never really given much detail, so I really appreciated learning more about that as well. But it's all very shocking, I agree. And honestly, I think we need to find more sustainable lifestyles for both ourselves and for everyone who is living here. And honestly, I think we all should be a little bit more active and spreading the awareness too, because it's not just us, it's everyone who needs to make a change as well. So there's our timer. Yay.
I am back, and I also brought some grass for
Grass.
proof. But yes, let's all please keep in mind what all of our speakers have shared with us today. And along with that, later on, we'll be talking about a resolution as well about our environment. So I truly do think that if we can all work together, make a difference, we can truly help our world and each other.
Absolutely. So this is something that's come up from the chat. And especially this I find very personal as well, because in the Northeast we have 6 months of just cold, right? And so someone asked, is there anything you could do to help throughout the year to help the environment? There's definitely things you can do throughout the year. One of the things, like we've been saying all along, is reducing your usage of plastic. Plastic is found all year round, right? Plastic containers, plastic bags, water bottles, whatever, right? One thing definitely, like people say this all the time, use reusable goods, metal water bottles, anything like that. It would definitely help a lot with reducing the amount of plastic that goes in, because also most of the times, while everyone is told to recycle, it's not something that's as common, and definitely should be. It should definitely be more common, and there's always incentives for this to happen as well. But that's definitely something we should be focusing on, is reducing, reusing, and recycling. It's something that we're all taught in school, and it's something that needs to be implemented a lot more than just taught.
No, I totally agree. Sorry, it's kind of a little bit irrelevant to the plastic one, but kind of like relate back to like what we're talking about, the carbon footprint thing. One thing with that Sandesh she said that kind of like put into perspective was like when he talked about like having like multiple rooms and like some people like not using them and that causing like the carbon footprint. I think that was so like, wow, like that put into perspective for me. Like there's no way I'm like contributing to carbon footprint.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, that was definitely something I also agree with. At least as someone who's in college a lot, when I'm not home, the rooms in our house are just not being used. My room is basically the same when I leave it and the same when I come back. And honestly, there's so much that probably happens in regards to resources that definitely could have a better use. And that's definitely something I think that needs to change as well.
No, I totally agree. When I'm off to college, thankfully my brother will be most likely using my room. My room is quite nice, but like, no, I totally agree with that. We have like a guest room that like nobody uses. And I'm like, oh, that's carbon footprint right there.
Yeah. I mean, my dad uses my room as a study room now, so it's being used at least, but we still have rooms. So there's rooms are everywhere.
I also was like thinking about how even our ACs, right? Yes. How high we crank them up, how low we crank them up, how much energy that must need, especially if you're trying to reduce the temperature a lot. And, you know, I used to always question my dad because he'd be like, oh, we have to keep the house, you know, a little higher. And I always thought, okay, maybe to save money a little bit. But I also see it really has a really big impact on our environment and our carbon footprint, because how much electricity, how much energy are we using to maintain the temperature of our houses? And obviously, you know, in this day and age, when if you can afford that kind of a luxury, of course, it's nice, we should utilize it. But I think we can also afford sometimes to be a little uncomfortable for the betterment of, you know, our planet as a whole.
No, I agree. Just to kind of add on to that, like I remember how my parents used to like, my brother would always like open the fridge door and never close it. So just be open and just beep. And we're like, no, close the door. That wastes energy. Like now it's just like, now I understand why. Like there's like scientific reasons behind it. But yeah.
Oh yeah, no, once I saw the reasons, I became a lot more conscious of actually turning off my fan, turning off the lights. and all the things like that. Like when I was a child, I also got the same things from my parents. I was like, you need to turn off your lights, you need to turn off the fan. And I would forget. I think a lot of kids forget to do that because they are just so used to it being there, and it's not something that consciously goes into their mind. So you turn off your lights timer.
All right. I think that's our time. But yeah, no, absolutely. And I love these conversations that we're having. And I saw earlier in the chat, we should start like a social media kind of a thing. Like I only use paper or I don't use plastic or something like that. So I do really think we should also encourage this publicly through our friend circles and so forth. But that concludes our third session. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I hope you were able to get a new insight into the topics that you were part of after listening to those wonderful panel discussions you were a part of. Feel free to let us know in the chat if something really inspired you today. And as always, please do share with us how you're feeling by using the reactions. Also, please, please, please turn your cameras on. Our executive team would like to take some pictures to commemorate this event. This is the fourth and final session of the day, and I hope the previous sessions were as enriching for you as they were for me. I strongly encourage and wish that you all will stay for the next and final hour as we have some interesting and exciting stuff coming up to share, including a resolution based on the theme of the event, Empowering Tomorrow's Environmental Leaders.
The session will also include a presentation from our SEVA volunteers about our impact in the 9/11 Day of Service project, where we are creating a positive impact in honoring the spirit of unity and service that emerged after 9/11. We are also going to cover the final regional presentation, along with an overview of the Design to Lead program from students who are part of this amazing journey where we are finding ways to apply design thinking methodology for social causes. Our lead students are then going to pledge to protect our environment for a greener planet, and we're going to vote on and pass the resolution together. And now, handing it over to our MCs for the session, Ambika and Lipika.
Thank you, Ananya. Hi, everyone. My name is Lipika. I am a freshman starting in college. I know I'm a little old, but we'll just skip that. And I'm a proud member of the SEVA Lead in the Dallas chapter for 3 years. This program has been incredible, not only for the friendships and projects I've done, like hosting a mental health awareness event with over 100 participants, Pen Pal event with SAC, and going to Oklahoma with SEVA for Natives, but also for the connections it has brought me, like being your MC today.
Hello, everybody. My name's Ambika, and I am an incoming junior and program manager for the Milwaukee SEWA Lead chapter. Being a part of this program has given me many amazing friends and experiences, as well as opportunities to give back to my community through projects like Sponsor a Child. And I thank you for having me as one of your MCs today.
Ralph Lauren once said, "A lot of hard work is hidden behind nice things." And this next live regional presentation will sure not disappoint, as the hard work is evident. The Southeast region includes SEVA chapters from Atlanta, Nashville, RTP, North Carolina, and Tampa. Let me introduce to you Viveka and Anya, who will be the live presenters today. Viveka Aurora is a rising junior from the Tampa chapter. Though she's only been with SEVA for a couple of months, she's already embraced the organization's mission with enthusiasm, making a significant impact in her community. We also have Anya Sharma. She is a high school senior from the Atlanta SEVA Lead chapter. This is her first year with SEVA, and she's so excited to be involved with an organization that is so focused on making a meaningful impact in the community. I'm so excited to find out what they've been up to, and I'm sure y'all are too. Make sure to react in the chat with your emojis and let your youth know kind of how much you appreciate their hard work. Please enjoy.
Namaste, everyone. We are thrilled to have the opportunity to share the incredible work we've accomplished through SEVA International's Southeast region. This year was truly one to remember, filled with impactful initiatives and meaningful community engagement. My name is Viveka Aurora, and I'm from the Tampa chapter. I'm fairly new to SEVA as it's my first year, but I've already grown to love the mission of this organization and can't wait to continue contributing.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anaya Sharma. I'm from the Atlanta chapter, and this is also my first year with SEVA's Lead program. I'm excited to continue on this journey and help so many people.
This year, SEVA International's Southeast region embodied the spirit of service and selflessness. In today's presentation, we'll highlight the range of initiatives undertaken by our chapters, from environmental health and food insecurity to disaster relief and community development. Southeast events goes to show the power of collective effort, because together, we serve better. We hope not only to inform, but to inspire you all as we look back on our accomplishments and look forward to continuing our mission.
So first, we want to discuss our lead chapter headcounts and the volunteer hours and the change that we've created in our community. Starting with Atlanta, we have 215 lead students with 5,640 volunteer hours. Next is Nashville with 10 lead volunteers and 1,119 volunteer hours. Followed, we have Tampa with 34 lead volunteers and 400 hours. We have Orlando with 15 lead volunteers, 1,250 hours, and RTP with 55 lead volunteers and 2,000 hours. In total, we have 314 lead volunteers in the Southeast region with 9,159 hours of volunteer impact.
First, we wanted to start with our unique serving events. While many chapters across the regions do stuff like Seva the Valley, we wanted to highlight some extra unique things that Southeast has done this year. Firstly, we supported underserved schools by building a musical wall and play area for a Title I school. We also organized book harvest to ensure these schools would have the resources they need to succeed. Secondly, for our sensory garden for the Blind Project, we engaged in hands-on activities like weed removing, mulching, planting, and cleaning to create a therapeutic space for them. We wanted to give them a sense of normalcy as they progressed in their lives. Next, our GAPI clinic provided essential healthcare services to underprivileged communities, offering free consultations and prescriptions with lab tests costing less than $50. We all know that healthcare is really expensive, so this helped them in more ways than one. Lastly, our Seva Maricopa Summer Camp, running from June 3rd to July 3rd, is a continuation of our year-long after-school tutoring program. This was designed to keep kids engaged and entertained throughout the summer, as well as improve their learning and education.
Next, the Seva Lead students have participated in many events to help the environment this year, starting out with switching to sustainable smiles. We exchanged over 50 plastic toothbrushes for eco-friendly bamboo ones. Partnering with the local high school club, we not only got our leads involved, but also inspired other youth to join in promoting sustainable habits. Next, we had the program Adopt a Highway. We worked on keeping our roads clean and safe, showing our commitment to maintaining a pristine environment. Followed by our Earth Day program. We partnered with the Tampa Bay Waterkeeper to celebrate the Surya Namaskar Yoga in a park cleanup. Our efforts helped create a greener, healthier community, and the collective effort truly embodied the spirit of Earth Day. We also collected a vegetable sapling drive, engaging over 50 lead volunteers to promote local gardening. Over a 3-day event, we helped to plant a rose garden, created garden beds, spread soil, and planted veggies at local temples and partner organizations, making a lasting impact on our local green spaces.
Next, while we serve the earth, we also serve humanity. At Gabby's Gift Packing, we didn't just pack gifts and clean racks. We contributed to an organization that empowers the specially abled, ensuring that they have the resources they need to thrive. Helping uniquely abled kids play baseball through their Miracle League of the Triangle was an incredibly rewarding experience. We saw firsthand how our support enabled these kids to experience the joy and teamwork of sports. With dynamic opportunities, we organized yoga sessions and games at a school for the specially abled, providing them with physical activity and social interaction that is crucial for their development. Next, during a very popular event, Seva the Valley, our collaboration with over 35 organizations allowed us to prepare and deliver fresh food to a local fire station. We also managed to collect over 22,000 pounds of food. This effort not only celebrated the festival, but also addressed food insecurity in our community. Lastly, targeting food insecurity again, the Feeding Tampa Bay Food Bank volunteer experience was where our students worked diligently to sort various foods. This initiative was crucial in ensuring that local families facing food insecurity received the nourishment they needed.
Seva Lead students have participated in many events that serve humanity this year, starting out with the Durham Rescue Mission. We organized school supply, toy, and food packing events involving over 30 lead participants in 5 different sessions, each lasting 3 hours. This effort ensured that essential items reached those in need. Next, we had the Wake Up and Read small business pop-up shop. Our team sorted and packed books for underserved communities and assisted small business owners in setting up their pop-up shops. This initiative involved 23 leads, not only promoting literacy, but also supporting local entrepreneurship. Our summer and winter clothing drive was a huge success, with 18 lead students collecting 90 bags of summer clothes and donating 35 of those winter clothing bags to Goodwill, helping those in need stay warm and clothed throughout the year. Lastly, during our book donation at Smoky Mountain event, we visited the Cherokee Indian village to learn about their rich history and culture. We also donated books to a local library, contributing to their educational resources and creating a love for reading in the community.
Next, we'll show you our video that highlights our impact this year.
She's been at this summer camp, and it has been a marvelous thing. She's been eager to wake up early to come here. Her self-esteem has increased. I love how it's so intentional with the kids and making their activities enjoyable for them, and also like how they have the high schoolers, the older kids working with the younger children, which is such a great example for them. This program has helped her a lot, has helped me a lot, and I'm looking forward to next year. So thank you.
And I like summer camp because we can go outside. And I love going outside to the park. Hello, my name is Jacob. I like about the summer camp because I like how we play, have fun, and eat. Hi guys, my name is Ruth, and I want to be a volunteer. Why? Because volunteers are helpful and careful. Anyways, so that's why I want to be a volunteer, because I want to be helpful like you guys, like volunteer. Because be a volunteer, like all them, they be helpful and they take a walk, they play, and some of them like follow us, play basketball, and more. So that's why I want to be a volunteer. Bye.
And that was everything we've done this year and gave you an insight into our impact. Next, we want to show you our partner organizations, some of the people that we mentioned throughout our presentation.
These people impacted our lives, and they made sure that we could accomplish all of these volunteering events. Without the support and help of these organizations, we wouldn't be able to create the impact that we've managed to create thus far.
And lastly, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Anaya and Viveka. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'm truly amazed that around 320 leads volunteered for close to 10,000 hours total. That's amazing. I'm sure that all of those diverse projects and events helped many in need. Now for a short trivia break. We will be launching a poll with a couple questions for you all to answer, which will include pop culture questions as well as hot takes. At the end, we will be launching the results so you can see what your fellow leads have also responded. Now I'll hand it over to Lipika.
Perfect. Let's wait for the poll to kind of come up and I'll read the first question. And don't worry, guys, these are fun questions, so let's just wait for a little bit more. Hopefully the poll kind of shows up, or we can just read it out loud.
I wish my exams were also like this, just blank. No questions, free 100 all the time.
We would love a 300. What are we talking
Oh no, that would be amazing, and I would be so happy. I would probably cry in joy.
My GPA would thank me.
Mine too.
I know.
Yes, that 4.0 is soaring above right now.
Can only dream.
I think that should be a class though. It'd be so great.
We'll wait one more minute and then we'll start reading the questions if it doesn't pop up.
Mhm.
Can one of you launch the poll? Arushi, do you want to do it?
If not, if the poll's not working, we can just read the questions and everyone can just drop their answer in the chat and we can just go from there.
Yes, the polls aren't working at the moment. I think it would be best if you'll read it. I can figure out what's going on this end.
Okay, perfect. I will start off by reading the first question. The first question is Friends a good show, a good TV show? I'll give you guys like 20 seconds to drop your answers in the chat.
I personally think that it's a pretty good TV show, but that might just be me.
I think it's pretty good, honestly, because it's just kind of like such a comfort show for me. It's just like a sit down like sitcom kind of thing. It's just like nice to like watch. There's nothing like I don't think there's anything bad about that, but yeah. Okay, we're getting yeses in the chat. That's good. Oh my god, yes. Oh, haven't seen it. Excuse me.
The must see.
According to my parents, it's a good TV show. You should definitely see it. Oh my gosh, we have haven't seen it. It's a good show. Y'all should definitely watch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ambika, do you want to go with the next fire? No, dang.
Sure.
Okay.
The next question is, I'm sure you've all heard of the new up and rising TV show Young Sheldon. So the question is Young Sheldon better than The Big Bang Theory, which is the original show that Young Sheldon is based off of? I personally saw The Big Bang Theory before I saw Young Sheldon, and I think it's 10 times better.
I personally saw Young Sheldon before Big Bang, so we'll see. We'll see. Oh, we have a Big Bang. Okay, we have Big Bang first. Okay. And then we also have they're both kind of mid. Excuse me. Young Sheldon's too. I love that show. Big Bang Theory.
I haven't seen a lot of Young Sheldon, but from what I saw in the first couple seasons, it's okay.
Okay, y'all should see the. It's good. It's good. Big Bang Theory is better. We have a lot of Big Bang fans. Okay.
That's what
sorry.
I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want to read the next question then?
Yes, I'll go with the next question. This one is this one's gonna be we'll see. Okay. Hope y'all are ready. So we have the question.
I guess the polls are working now.
The polls are working now, huh? But I'll just kind of read. Okay, we'll just do the pizza one first. Yeah. So does pineapple belong on pizza?
I personally think it's one of the best combinations ever.
I
The salty
agree.
flavor is impeccable.
Yeah.
Absolutely any day. Yes. With jalapenos. Always.
Jalapenos, mushrooms, I'd say.
I mean,
Pineapple-
I'm not personally a fan of pineapples and onions, but
Onions?
I've had it before. Okay, it's made very specifically. I think it was like a very specific one.
I think that's a hot take. I think that might have to be a hot take.
Me and Ambika were talking about this. We were like, the one thing we do not like is onions on pizza. Like, we'll do anything except for onions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm a veggie lover, but
yeah,
onions take it too far. Okay.
Someone replied, does pineapple belong on pizza? And they said yes. I agree.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Do you want to go over with? Okay.
Yes.
We have our next question. Ambika, you want to read it?
Yes. Which is your go-to cuisine? I personally think Italian, because who doesn't love pasta and pizza?
True.
The best. It's so amazing.
I'm low-key conflicted between Italian and Mexican just because I love Mexican food. Indian, I have it a lot, so it's just kind of like,
I will agree. Enchiladas are great.
Oh, yes. Okay. Majority of the people said Indian. Okay, we're sticking to our roots. Okay.
Okay,
There's not a
guys.
lot of votes for Ethiopian. Ethiopian food is so good. I think everyone needs to try it. Whoever hasn't
Give
tried
us
it
a
needs to go out and
recommendation.
try it.
You should
I
really give us
actually
a
haven't tried.
recommendation.
Yeah, no, Ethiopian food's also really good. South African food's really good. I think we just need to go and just try every country's. Absolutely.
Honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, by the results, a lot of us are just saying Indian, comfort food. So what can we have? Nothing can go wrong.
Comfort food is comfort food.
Exactly.
All right. I think
Okay.
we're done with polls then.
Don't we have one more question or are we? I think that was
I think we can skip that. Let's just keep going.
Okay.
So now that we're done with our trivia break, we will have a live presentation about a 9/11 Day project from one of our leads in the South Jersey chapter, Inika. She is a rising sophomore and has been with Sewa for 2 years now. She loves to play tennis, sew, and bake. Take it away, Inika.
Is the presentation up yet?
I think we are working on that.
Just like a few minutes. I think we're good.
About 23 years ago, on September 11, 2001, many lost their lives to the 9/11 attacks. In the days and months after, many people around the country and world rallied to service in various ways. To honor the spirit of nearly 3,000 sacrifices made that day and the sacrifices that continue to be made, we unite in a National Day of Service happening in communities and public lands across the country. Next slide, please. This year marks Seva International USA's 20th anniversary, and in commemoration, we proudly join AmeriCorps and 911day.org in committing to lifelong volunteering to positively impact our communities. 9/11 Seva Day of Service is a year-long campaign under the SERVE program that culminates on September 11th. The project focus is to serve local communities to honor our heroes and victims of 9/11 through environmental stewardship initiatives. Next slide, please. The Seva Day of Service brings together people from different backgrounds to build strength and serve others. This project helps to train and grow volunteers, take care of the environment, and remember 9/11 by uniting and serving together in resilience. Furthermore, Seva has made a positive impact through various initiatives, including planting trees and creating green spaces, cleaning and maintaining parks, roads, and rivers, and organizing environmental awareness seminars and workshops. Furthermore, we have engaged with local communities through outreach projects, which help bring people together, promote sustainability, and foster a sense of responsibility toward the environment. Next slide, please. Seva Day of Service has made a profound impact across the nation, with remarkable milestones achieved in just a few short months. Since January, our initiative has mobilized more than 3,100 volunteers, trained over 2,200 individuals, and logged an impressive 7,600 plus hours of service. Spanning 16 locations in 6 different regions, we have served over 75 cities, organized more than 100 events, and positively impacted 270 beneficiaries. Our success is further amplified by the support of over 70 partners who share our vision of promoting environmental stewardship and community engagement. Together, we are making a tangible difference in the lives of countless individuals and communities nationwide. Next slide, please. I would like to mention a couple of unique projects from the many. The South Jersey chapter has taken on a poignant project of designing and constructing the 9/11 Memorial Park in South Jersey. This project, remarkable not only for the chapter, but for the Seva organization itself, is scheduled for unveiling on September 11, 2024, the National Day of Service and Remembrance. The memorial stands as a heartfelt tribute to those who made immense sacrifices. The community effort has gained significant momentum, with an estimated budget of $65,000, of which $50,000 has been raised so far. 4 public meetings have also been held with various groups, and over 150 volunteers have participated in 14 different fundraiser events since February. Nearly 100 sponsorships have also been secured, and there's a lot more to this project that is upcoming, from buying the construction material to logistics to building the park itself. Next slide, please. Another one of our unique projects is when Seva Detroit volunteers of all ages brought creativity to life by personalizing cotton bags with powerful messages, urging individuals to ditch plastic and embrace reusable bags. This engaging activity was a clear favorite among participants, partners, and recipients. The harsh reality is that plastic bags pose a significant threat to our planet, its inhabitants, and our future. By combining creativity, community engagement, and environmental consciousness, we can inspire positive change and foster a healthier planet for generations to come. Let us watch some of the impressive work done by various Seva chapters for the day of service. Next slide, please. We also have a really great project called Act Green, which challenges all age groups to take up daily green habits. To participate in it, all you need to do is to complete each act, like carrying a reusable bag, reusable bottle, or check it off on our interactive list. Send us your progress at the end of the month, and please talk to your local chapters or email at serve@sevausa.org. For more information on other environmental events, please visit sevadayofservice.org and register to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Anika. That was a wonderful presentation. Seriously, it's so amazing to see how Seva and AmeriCorps have collaborated to do this wonderful Seva Day of Service project, and we're so excited to see more with these upcoming projects. Okay, now we have more exciting things to share. Next on our agenda is to present the detailed video, or as you know, Design to Lead video. Design thinking is an unorthodox or unique method adopted by Seva to address social and local community problems. Let's see how this works in more detail. Enjoy.
LEAD is a youth engagement program for high school students under the Seva banner. It gives young adults opportunities to explore ideas and experience how they can make a difference in their own lives while influencing and supporting communities around them.
Design to Lead is a program based on the design thinking methodology under the LEAD umbrella, where students learn how to recognize real needs in the community, create solutions for those needs, and implement them. It is curated by Dr. Anurag Maharalji, a professor at Stanford University.
Namaste. My name is Anurag Mehral. I'm a professor at School of Medicine at Stanford and a lead instructor for Design to Lead at Seva International.
We spend a lot of the time designing the bridge, but not enough time thinking about the people who are crossing it, says Dr. Singh, a director of system and designs at the Earth Institute. Social issues require systematic solutions based on the needs. This is where design thinking, a new approach for these solutions, excels.
We can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. The design thinking process consists of 3 phases: identify, invent, and implement. During identify, teams follow a structured approach involving research, interviews of stakeholders, and screenings of the collected data.
The objective is to finalize a problem to solve for a specific population in their community that leads to a measurable outcome. The second phase is invent. Teams brainstorm an exhaustive list of solutions to solve the identified unmet need. After the best solution is chosen, a prototype is created. In the final phase of implement, the prototype is developed further to make it deployable. It is an iterative process involving multiple cycles of feedback from stakeholders and testing. Then the final prototype is implemented in the local communities of the chapters in which the detail groups have established a partnership with.
The Design to Lead program has seen outstanding participation across 11 U.S. chapters, 42 teams, 125 mentors, including adults and students, and dedicated 10 core team adult volunteers, and the overall participation by over 200 SEVA volunteers who are tackling local issues like hunger, education inequalities, and mental health.
The broad topics for DTL 2024 are education and health and equity in underserved communities, mental health epidemic in teens, inequality in education, assisting people with disabilities, environmental protection, food insecurity, and economic distress in unhoused communities. To formulate broad topics for this year's Design to Lead program, we coordinated with chapter coordinators to identify unmet needs in communities. Then, using the SEVA bio-design process, the teams created a solution that addressed the topic they chose. The teams then presented their solution to experts and community leaders to refine their solution, eventually implementing their solution and helping their community.
We would like to highlight two success stories from BA1 and NC1 and NC2 for their unique projects and extensive efforts put into them. BA1 partnered with Helping Hands and Sewa Health to set up a mobile dental clinic for the unhoused, addressing their lack of access to medical services. They provided better lay details and job opportunities. NC1 and NC2 worked with a special needs school to run a yoga workshop and physical challenges, pairing DTL members with uniquely abled kids to identify problem areas and build connections.
This year, 2024, the Design to Lead
Okay, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Never mind.
to food security, to health inequity, to educational inequity. And many of these ideas actually were implemented in the communities. This program creates the next generation leaders who are empathetic and socially conscious. I invite you all to join this program as a mentor or as a participant, and let's create an impact in the society that we all can be proud of, and create a society that we all can live in.
Okay, glad we were able to sort out that issue. Thank you to the Design to Lead video team, especially those highlighted leads leading by example. What a wonderful program to look forward to, and I'm sure that this will definitely help leads like us come up with precise and detailed plans to achieve our goals in helping the community. Now I'll give it to Ananya to explain what's going to happen in the next few minutes.
Thank you. So now we're going to have our all-important resolution section, which is about protecting our environment and reducing the harmful impact of human practices. In a minute, we are going to share this year's pledge that we would like you all to vote on. It has been shared with the leads ahead of this conference for their reference, but for the benefit of all in attendance, it will be introduced today. After which, we are all going to take a vote, and once the vote is completed, we are going to ratify the resolution if we have enough votes. Abir Awasti and Arav Doshi, let's get started.
Namaste. My name is Abir Awasti, and I'm from the Chicago chapter.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Arav Doshi, and I'm from the Detroit chapter. Today, we're just going to read through this resolution and hopefully pass it to better our environment.
Yeah. All right, I'll get started. Environmental protection, everyone's responsibility. Within the next few years, the global environment will face irreversible damage if necessary policies and protections are not enacted. Many of these issues arise from human practices and actions that hinder environmental progress. This can have severe consequences on both ecosystems and humanity. To preserve a healthy environment and prevent irreversible damage, policies that protect our environment and reduce the stress caused by humanity must be enacted. The United Nations defines climate change as the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. Changes in the Earth's climate since the 1800s has been influenced by exploitation of Mother Nature by human activities such as fossil fuel burning and irresponsible, unsustainable practices of animal farming for food consumption. Climate change does not only mean warmer temperatures, but also droughts, extreme weather changes, rising sea levels, water scarcity, and declining biodiversity. Even worse, it could mean Mother Earth eventually turning uninhabitable for any life form. As members and volunteers of Hindu-based organizations, we believe the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, and Matarbhumi Putroham Pritivaha, the earth is my mother, I am her son/child, is of profound significance as we confront the challenges of a warming earth. We need to heed the call of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the COP26 Glasgow Summit in November 2021, when he said that lifestyle changes are the greatest solution to climate change and gave the mantra of life for environment. It is therefore time we take action to prevent further damage to the planet we call home. Evidence of climate change and environmental damage. According to NASA, the top 328 feet of the oceans where extra energy is stored have warmed by 0.67 Fahrenheit since 1969, and the acidity of these waters has increased by 30%. According to the International Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, the global average surface temperature has risen by 0.6 Celsius in the last 50 years. And with the increasing ocean temperatures and decreasing snow cover and ice extents, the average sea level has risen 10 to 20 centimeters. According to the annual 2022 Global Climate Report, the 10 warmest years in history recorded are from 2010 to 2022, with 2016 and 2020 being the warmest years on record. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, global greenhouse gas emissions have increased by 44% from 1990 to 2015, and carbon dioxide emissions have risen by 50%, with the majority of these emissions being the result of transportation, electricity, and other forms of energy consumption and generation. According to the White House, 25 severe weather and climate disasters in 2023 caused over $1 billion in damages, which has resulted in hundreds of lives lost, as well as over $73 billion lost total. According to the United Nations, about 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction, and human practices emerging from the Industrial Revolution and animal farming practices to meet the growing food demand have only accelerated the natural growth of extinction and consequences of climate change and environmental damage. According to the World Health Organization, particulate matter for the wildfires is linked to premature deaths and increased risk of various organ diseases. According to researchers at Johns Hopkins University, gases such as carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, and sulfur dioxide can lead to reduced work capacity, aggravate existing respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, and alter the lungs' immune system. I'm going to leave it to Ara.
And according to the Journal of the Air and Waste Management Association, as climate change continues, many ecologic systems, human practices, and infrastructures that were based on a stable climate will experience severe damage. And according to Anwade Kemi, nitrous oxide levels must be regulated for the protection of Earth's climate, as well as the evolution of the stratospheric ozone layer. And as nitrous oxide occurs both naturally and from man-made practices, its reduction would have a positive impact on the recovery of Earth's ozone layer. And according to The Humanist, 70% of water is allocated for irrigation, 20% for industrial purposes, and the balance for residential use. And this demand has tripled over the past 50 years. And according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, climate change can can negatively impact coral reefs by leading to coral bleaching, destruction of reefs, and the suffocation of coral by sediment, which is caused by warming oceans, severe hurricanes, and rising sea levels. And according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, while climate change has resulted in more frequent and abnormal rainfalls compared to the early 20th century, drought is also becoming increasingly common due to rising demands of water for mainly animal farming and industrial purposes, particularly in the western United States. Extreme weather across the United States have become much more frequent and severe, which can cause severe detrimental effects to crop yield and agricultural production, leading to a decrease in food supply and causing negative impacts on the American economy. And according to the White House, climate change, coupled with the effects from other major pressures, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and social disparities, can multiply the damage caused and increase the demand for resources, particularly in overburdened communities, leading to mass human migration, causing civilizational clashes and global unrest. Now that we've talked about the problems, let's talk about how we can solve it. All should adhere to responsible consumption in their own lives. Most important of them, plant-based food, and avoid animal farming for human consumption. Families should reduce unnecessary consumption, conserve electricity and water, reduce and recycle plastic goods whenever possible, and support eco-friendly companies and services. Next, communities should plant more trees, as trees can reduce carbon emissions and the concentration of greenhouse gases present in the air by absorbing carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. Next, public officials can promote the use of public transport, shared rides, and non-motorized transport to minimize greenhouse gas footprint. We also encourage the adoption of practices that reduce plastic usage, like opting for reusable bags, utensils, and containers. Next, local governments and public officers should spread awareness about improved waste management methods, including recycling and using biodegradable alternatives. Next, the forestry industry should reduce deforestation as it leads to the loss of biodiversity, climate change, soil erosion, and the loss of livelihood of communities reliant on these resources from forests. And addressing this issue by engaging in reforestation and strengthening law enforcement to ensure no illegal logging occurs. Next, communities and schools should educate children and adults about proper waste disposal methods and composting food waste to minimize landfill contributions and associated emissions. Communities and schools should also emphasize the importance of using renewable and efficient energy sources, as well as actively conserving energy to alleviate dependency on fossil fuels and promote sustainable economic development. The US and other nations should also impose a national carbon tax, institute clean energy standards, and participate in the enforce climate agreements within their countries. And lastly, and most importantly, the youth of this planet, all of us, should spread awareness of the potential dangers of inaction and promote eco-friendly practices within their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Arav and Abir. Ronit, do you second this resolution?
I support and second this resolution wholeheartedly. Good job, both of you, for presenting it. I hope it goes far. Actually, I know it will go far. And thank you once again.
Your support is appreciated. Thank you to Abir and Arav for reading the resolution. And now we are going to be voting to pass the resolution, and so please make sure to put in your vote in the poll. I'm glad everyone supports the resolution.
All right, keep the votes coming in. We'll be closing it in just a couple of seconds. All righty. It looks like we've gotten in the majority of the votes, and it seems like our resolution has passed with a 97% in support of it. This is fantastic. Human actions truly do have an impact on the environment for better or worse. So it's important that we take the time to recognize how our actions affect our environment and identify what we can do to take care of it. Now that our resolution has been passed, our resolution will now be given to the United Nations, the local and national governments, and policymakers as a call to action by the youth of this world. I'm so grateful for everyone's participation in this segment. I'll now be passing it on to Lipika, who'll be introducing our executive director.
Thank you, Arushi. Transitioning on, I will pass the spotlight to Suhag Suklaji, who will present the Samaro or speech or the ending speech. Suhag Suklaji is the executive director, as Arushi said, and co-founder of the Hindu American Foundation, or HAF. She holds a BA in religion and a JD from the University of Florida. Suklaji has significantly advanced in HAF's role in education and civil rights, earning recognition in major media outlets such as the Wall Street Journal and BBC. Her leadership extends to various boards and advisory roles, including those of the National Museum of American Religion and the Department of Homeland Security. She has been acknowledged as the prominent faith leader by the Central American Progress and was honored by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in 2023 for her exceptional leadership. With that being said, take it away, Suklaji.
Namaste, and thank you so much. So this brings to an end an entire year of Seva. That's 52 weeks, 365 days, 8,760 hours of carving out time from studying, chores, playing a sport, practicing music, checking socials, watching TV, or just chilling, and everything else that you could be doing to do something beyond your needs and wants. 1,500 of you made a commitment to do this, and together you contributed over 150,000 hours of Seva. As the Seva motto says, together we serve better, and you did. So what have you done? You fed and clothed those in need. You cleaned beaches and parks and highways. You planted trees or fresh fruits and vegetables in food deserts. You've donated blood, built houses, tutored at-risk kids. You've stepped up in the face of natural disaster. You've served the elderly and those in health distress. And you've drafted and ratified, almost overwhelmingly, an incredible resolution on climate change and what all of us can do to address the challenges it poses. And even though sometimes it might have been inconvenient or stretched you a little thin, I'm confident that you felt good once you were there at that volunteer activity. Didn't you? I'm confident because I've experienced it myself and witnessed others experiencing it. That sense of fulfillment and wholeness that comes with service. It's also been studied by scientists who have found a wide range of physical and mental health benefits that come from volunteering when one's primary motive is to help others. And now that year is over. You can go back to living your life without that 100-hour requirement driving some of your choices and your time and energy management. Freedom. Or you can commit to finding ways to sneak in whenever and wherever you can a little bit of Seva, or you can make it a daily habit. By making Seva a part of your day-to-day lives, you can think of it as not only doing good and feeling good, but as a duty of upholding an essential component of not only your personal dharma, but the entirety of the Hindu Dharma traditions. Hindu sources of knowledge are rich with extolling teachings, extolling the upliftment of all humanity and beyond through dan, or charitable giving, and seva, or selfless service, for both the betterment of the lives of those suffering and also for your own spiritual growth, the original two-for-one. Hindu dharmas view the world as one family. So if one person, one animal, one river, or our air suffers, we all suffer. And this way of viewing the world is a key aspect to an incredible and invaluable gift, a roadmap to a purpose-driven life. This roadmap, called Hindu Dharma, Sanatan Dharma, is a path to a life of contentment, a life where we can weather the ups and downs that samsara brings, a life that enhances every person or place it touches. It will serve you well, not only in whatever fields you enter and what communities you live in, but importantly, your own well-being, here and now, inside and out. You are the inheritor of this roadmap, and the compass to it is in your back pocket. Different parts of this map have been revealed to you throughout this past year and in the work that you did. It's been revealed to you through everything you learned about Hindu Dharma at the mandir or at home with your families. From our sources of knowledge and our stories, they're all a part of this roadmap. The folk or classic dances that you've learned, or the bhajans you sing, are part of it too. You see, what we know to be Hindu Dharma, all of its diverse philosophies and practices, are pathways our ancient and modern rishis came upon as they meditated on a very big life question. How can I suffer less? Or in other words, how can I be happy? And the answers that came to them are contained in this roadmap. And there is a transformative compass, which is a part of you, and it will show you the way. So what is this compass? In short, it's your DPS. Yes, DPS, not GPS, DPS. But before I get into what DPS stands for, let's talk about some of the parts of the map. First things first, our map is drawn on a fundamental premise that all of the universes that make up the multiverse are part and parcel of the ultimate reality, eternal and at its essence blissful. And all of us, being a part of this multiverse, are therefore eternal and blissful. This is the foundation, or the paper, so to speak, upon which we can start to progress along our chosen paths. What happens, though, is that despite this inherent blissful nature, we often find ourselves being pulled into different states of being, up one moment, down the next, suffering or failing to be happy. Why? Because we forget our true essence. We mistakenly identify our bodies and minds as our true selves, which then lead to attachments. So what happens when we get attached to our bodies and minds? Well, a sense of me, myself, and mine arises. It's my thing, my turn, my convenience. We become selfish and greedy, and the anxiety starts filling up our minds, and feelings of unfulfillment creep in, leading us to act in ways that are contrary to our innate goodness. This is what we call adharma. The cycle of adharma leads to papa, or thoughts and actions that hold back our self-cultivation or spiritual progress, which ultimately results in dukkham, or suffering. So what can we do to steer our thoughts, words, and actions towards reminding us of who we truly are and live in alignment with that truth? The answer lies in using your DPS, Dharma, Punya, Sukham, as our ethical and moral compass. Dharma, Punya, Sukham. When we follow our Dharma, it leads to Punya, or thoughts and actions that support our self-cultivation and spiritual progress, which in turn brings Sukham, or happiness. So how do we fine-tune our DPS? Well, there are a number of ways. First, know what makes you, you. It's a unique combination of your strengths and weaknesses that are composed of 3 gunas: sattva, or goodness, rajas, or activity, and tamas, or inertia. And to use this effectively, you need to really know, what are the things that motivate you? What are the ways in which you feel you can make your surroundings better? Then build on your strengths. Do what you can to reduce your weaknesses and work at chipping away at them. Then you need to understand your various roles. You're a child, you're a friend, you might be a partner to someone, a student, a worker, or an advocate. Channel your best through these roles, Bring what's strong about you, your skill set, and try to do the best that you can. Even when these roles compete or conflict, if your eye is on the betterment of yourself and everything and everyone around you, you are fine-tuning your DPS. There are three things that we as humans seek naturally. First is a sense of goodness or balance and universal well-being. And the way that we can do it, and a way that speaks to the practices that are promoted in your resolution, is to live simply, purposefully, and ethically. Of course, we want a sense of security, we want material prosperity, and we want to have things that are nice in our lives. So what is the bottom line and how we can do that ethically and in a way that serves our climate? Well, you can make money and not cheat people. You can have fun and not hurt people. Another way that you can fine-tune your DPS is by practicing yoga. Now, when I'm talking about yoga, I'm not just talking about rolling out a mat. It's a state of mind. Incorporating a sense of selflessness or karma yoga into everything that you do, bringing your best, and being motivated not by the fruits of your actions, but by putting in your best efforts is a way in which you can fine-tune it. Then there's transcending differences and seeing the shared essence in all that surrounds you, and discipline and discernment. What fine-tuning your DPS does is that it creates a clear and calm mind, one that then allows us to exude and imbibe love, compassion and kindness, humility and respect, selflessness and contentment throughout our thoughts and actions. So what does this mean in our day-to-day lives? These dharmic ethics can inform every aspect of your life. How we treat one another and even strangers. Say a friend or an auntie or uncle, or even your parents said something that you perceive as hurtful. Presume positive intent and talk to them directly about it rather than seething about it or talking to someone else about it. That's just gossip. It can also translate into how we treat the planet and animals. Tread lightly. Do you have an option to walk rather than take a car? Can you make a distinction between your needs and wants? Focus on your needs and not your wants. And that's a wonderful way of reducing your consumption. You can commit to 3 practices from the resolution at the 4th National Youth Convention for environmental protection. These are all ways in which you can continue the energy that you've built over the past year into the rest of your lives. The wonderful thing about fine-tuning your DPS is that the more we use it, the better we become at being good. We create a positive feedback loop. Balanced lifestyle choices leads to a balanced and calm mind. A balanced and calm mind leads to more chances that you'll make balanced lifestyle choices. This virtual cycle clears the way for finding our deepest purpose and pursuing those endeavors that bring joy to not only us, but others, easing the suffering and all around us. This roadmap offers us a path to reconnect with our true essence, to live in harmony with that universal consciousness, and to find lasting happiness and fulfillment. So as you embark upon the adventures that lie ahead, let's commit to using our DPS as our guide to transform not just our own lives, but the world around us. And also know that there will be speed bumps or detours ahead. So in the absence of someone, say a parent or an auntie or uncle telling you what to do, if you want your destination to be more happiness and less suffering, put your DPS, Dharma Punya Sukham, on cruise control. Carve out time to chant shlokas first thing in the morning and the last thing before you go to bed. Read a few pages of the Gita and implement its techniques into your day-to-day. Practice yoga on and off the mat. Do japa, meditate. Make your bed first thing in the morning, every single morning without fail. Serve those in need. Pick up trash on the sidewalk. Plant a tree. Walk instead of drive. Use your DPS as a moral and ethical compass so that the objective joy that is within our hearts can be etched into our minds and into our every thought, word, and action. And be forever grateful for this past year, to our families and to this community for sharing this roadmap to a happy, purpose-driven life. And if on your own you're better, then definitely together we serve better. Namaste.
That was very enlightening, Shuklaji. Like you said, the direct impact of our actions is evident in the community. Our leads have shown that they can put the world's needs before our own, and I'm sure your words have convinced us to continue service and use our DPS, despite the year technically being over. I know you've convinced me. Sewa's executive team is waiting for you in a separate breakout room. You'll receive an invitation to a separate session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Sewa volunteers, parents, and fellow students, it gives me great pleasure to deliver this vote of thanks for the 4th National Youth Convention. On behalf of all LEAD students, I applaud your efforts in making the world a better place. A big thanks to Sewa International for this platform to grow and learn together, and to all the leads and coordinators who made this event possible. Special thanks to the executive leadership team at Sewa USA, President Arun Kankaniji, Vice President of Projects Premji, and the Board of Directors for teaching us the values of kindness and service. We appreciate the National Lead and GI teams for organizing this convention. And of course, thanks to all of our wonderful speakers you heard in this event, who took time out of their busy schedules to inspire us. Lastly, this convention wouldn't have been possible without all of you, our leads, who have made such an impact in the past year. Now I'd like to share a few messages to my fellow lead and GI volunteers. Your action and leadership is needed now. Let us address injustices, protect our communities, and proactively safeguard our world for a better future. Let us not wait for somebody to take action, only for nobody to end up doing anything when anybody could have done something. True change cannot be imposed from the outside. It must come from within. So stand up for your rights as well as others. And thank you for giving me this opportunity, Sewa. I hope you all have taken away some very important messages from this conference. Back to you, Livika.
Thanks, Ambika. I wanted to let everyone know that there will be a survey sent by email. It will be also put in the Zoom chat, so please check that out. And please, please, please fill it out. This feedback will help us next year. And if possible, please complete this by next week. I will wait until everyone takes a note of that. Just kidding, but please do fill that out. But now we will have a beautiful rendition of the Shanti Mantra that we host at the end of every event. This year presented by Meenakshi Pachwa, who is a senior in high school, and Pranati Pachwa, who is a freshman in high school from the Indianapolis chapter. Both of them have been learning Carnatic music for the last 9 years and have been in Seva lead for 2 years. With that being said, take it away, Meenakshi and Pranati.
Namaste, my name is Meenakshi Pachava.
My name is Pranati Pachava.
We'll be doing the Shanti Mantra.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you.
Thank you, and what a blissful and harmonious mantra from Meenakshi and Pranati. It is always so pleasing to hear. Please make sure to fill out the feedback form that is going to be sent out. And as well for the Reels competition, an email will be sent out to announce the winners, as well as an Instagram announcement, so please make sure to keep an eye out for that. Anyways, this formally wraps up the 4th National Youth Convention. We hope to see you again next year for the 5th National Youth Convention. And if you have the time, please feel free to stay on call to socialize, ask any questions, and interact with Seva's executive team.
I think this goes for both Ananya and I that it was such a pleasure to be your anchors for the evening. And we would like to thank everyone, attendees, coordinators, officials, and especially our leads and volunteers that have made this event possible today.
I absolutely agree. We couldn't have done this without y'all. I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your Saturday, and we'll see you all next year.
Once again, for all of you who can, please feel free to stay back on the Zoom to socialize and ask any questions you may have. Once again, our chat is open along with our reactions.
When we stop the live streaming.